Hello? 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 It is time. Today is the day. The day we have all been waiting for. The I don't have to go do anything else, and we only get to play 16. Oh boy, indeed. Don't say it like that. Don't say it like that. You'll break something. Yeah. It's fine. Even if something happens, we can always just do more later. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. I wanted to take a minute to discuss some theories, because I didn't really get to do that yesterday, because I was so invested in just watching the plot that I didn't really talk about it.
I see I'm busy here. So, what'll it be?
So...
Anything else? Well,
hold on.
So, what'll it be? Anything else?
So we did a lot of big plot yesterday. The big thing being that, you know, we made it to the thing underneath Phoenix Gate. And we found the hooded bed that we had been looking for, which didn't really give us the answers that I was looking for. I mean, we can go to the Codex, yeah. But my idea after that was like, because we always assume, or like we knew that whoever the hooded man was a dominant of fire, and it turned out to be technically, air quotes, us, right? But it's still the weird voice that we don't really have an answer for, which I think that's more so like a symbolic manifestation of something. And then the one cutscene that we saw, the person that looks like Joshua, when they took the hood off, I think like the whole hooded man thing was like kind of like a red herring. It just happened to look like that, the same thing. You know what I mean? It was a misleading thing, sort of.
That might interest you.
So like, I still am convinced that
If you have a question
the
for me,
person that looks
I
like
should be
Joshua
happy
that
to
we
answer
saw is still him, but I also was thinking about this yesterday after stream, was that maybe it is Joshua that got resurrected and actually grew up, but a side effect of him being resurrected because, you know, Phoenix, is that he lost his memories and maybe was found by another group of people and was raised, you know, with a different name and etc., etc. But I'm still not fully convinced on that. We also still don't really know what the fuck that, like, mural was. Do we think we've ever seen Hooded Joshua, and that the hooded guy we saw in the past was just Clive /Everett? I think all the ones that we've seen where they're like very clearly a mysterious character, right? Like he just kind of like disappears shit, has always been the manifestation of, I guess, whatever. I don't think it's like, I don't literally think it's Clive Ifrit. I think it's something else. Like it's some other being that is doing something. I don't know what, but there was the cutscene that we saw of, I think it was Benedicta, and then the guy that looks like Joshua sitting in the chair, and then their like assistant on the floor next to them, like that interrogation cutscene. I think that was the only time really that we've actually seen the real like Joshua person. Every other time was like the mysterious whatever the fuck that we don't really know. Yeah, Yeah, the ancient mural. A wall painting found in the depths of the apothecary under Phoenix Gate. Who created it and for what purpose is unknown, but the celestial being in the center suggests some connection to a long-lost religion. I wonder if... Because we talked about this a little bit yesterday when we first saw this, because some people said it kind of looks like Ifrit. I kind of see it, but like not really. It's more humanoid than like Ifrit. I wonder if it's some original version of the icon of like the fire crystal, and maybe it was the combination of Phoenix and Ifrit together. Some very like primal version of it or something. Place of worship located in the depths of the Phoenix Gate, an ancient stronghold on the northwestern border of the former Duchy of Rosaria. A large mural dominates the sacred chamber where the rite of the ancestral communion, a ceremony carried out by the duchy's dominant prior to marching into battle, was once performed. Yeah, like they were one thing together in the past, but then they eventually split somehow, and then like I guess the Ifrit part of it was like dormant for so long. Codex for the Fallen? An ancient yet highly advanced civilization whose relics can be found across the length and breadth of Philistia. The material from which these relics are constructed is far sturdier than steel and cannot be worked by modern methods, so the people of the modern day have elected to build inside and around them instead. Said to be the remains of airships that once soared the skies, can be found across the length and breadth of Philistia. Sid's hideaway is but one of many settlements to take a fallen ruin to its foundation. Taking advantage of the sturdiness of the ceramics, which are stronger than steel, they are not, however, immune to the passage of time, so the hideaway is in need of constant repair. Ultima? Huh? Huh? What's the glowing blue creatures that awaited Clive and jailed deep within Phoenix Gate and tried to prevent them from gaining the innermost recesses of the apothecary? Thank you, Codex, for spoiling that. I mean, it's Ultima, not really surprising by that, but... Oh, there's the red dot. It's media. The burning red star that sits beneath the moon. Folklore ascribes to media the role of the message bearer to the moon, so it is common custom across Philistia to wish upon the star. The one's heartfelt desires might be conveyed to the heavens and beyond. I mean, I use the active time lore sometimes. I just forget. Because I'm so invested in the cutscene, I don't want to interrupt it. I'm still convinced that the red star is getting bigger. Every time we've seen it, I feel like it's larger. They do specifically say that it's a star, not that it's like... They don't say that it's like a goddess or something. So I don't know if the mural would also be a representation of media, but that seems a little weird. Remains of the fortress destroyed in the year 860. On what came to be known as the Night of Flames, the castle's invasion by Senbrica. I can't remember how to pronounce that. Senbriquois assassins and the battle between the two icons of fire that arose in its wake. Ancient ruins lie beneath and are reached by means of an underground pathway prior to Rosaria's becoming an imperial province. The gate was of great importance to the people of the duchy, being the site of the rite of ancestral communion. What if Media is Ultima's download? I mean, maybe. Like, this being Ultima now would, like, kind of check out. Given all the enemies only show up down there. We also discussed the fact that Clive's mom is now Empress, ordered the sacking of the little town where Hannah and such were living. Yeah. I mean, she is kind of a bitch, so unfortunately that checks out. I'm a little annoyed about the Codex dropping the name Ultima. Like, I don't think I would have ever thought of that for those things, but here we are. Strange clockwork constructs often encountered in fallen ruins. Question of whether or not they are truly alive is open to debate. They do not appear to require water, nor do they feed on the flesh of their victims as beasts do, and seemingly exist solely to protect their habitat from intruders. All echoes are encased in protective plating that is made from the same material as the ruins and thus cannot be destroyed. The repeated blows will cause individual plates to be dislodged, eventually causing the entire construct to collapse on itself. Yeah, I wonder if them revealing that this is Ultima stuff is a mistake. This feels like an oversight. Like, I would have never thought of that. Like, Ultima has not been brought up at all.
Did you learn everything you needed?
Not that it really matters that much, because let's be honest, it's Final Fantasy. Ultima isn't exactly unheard of. So, but that makes me question is a couple things. One, why? Two, where do they come from? Three, where the fuck is Ultima? Like, that just leads to more questions now. Why does the queen hate the branded so much? I just saw that comment. I don't know if that's been explained. If, like, why she hates them so much. I mean, my assumption is that she's just a bitch, and that's just kind of it. But it's also one of those things where, like, the branded are, like, so ingrained within society to be just to everybody else garbage, you know, because that's how, like, society was brought up type of thing. But she took it to a whole nother level and made it even worse. Yeah, they're basically just objects.
We can keep running, or we can walk through this door.
This place is getting more crowded by the day.
I tell myself the bustle's a blessing. There'll be time enough for quiet contemplation when I'm dead. So, did you find the answers you were looking for?
A little bit.
I still don't know what to make of this gift, curse, or whatever it is I've been given. But there is one thing I can say for certain. I am a dominant, Ifrit. And there is nothing I can do to change that. It is a burden I must bear until my dying day.
The question is why.
Spoken true. Forgiveness and in turn salvation can only begin with acceptance. It's a path we all must walk, no matter how colourful our histories.
Sid, you once told me that you wanted to build a place where people could die on their own terms.
I did.
I've been thinking about that. Why not a place where people can live on their own terms? For 13 years, killing was all I knew. So obsessed with death that I never stopped to consider the lives of those around me. Lives that I see now were scarcely worth living. Be they bearers or beggars, most march blindly to their end, never realizing that they too deserve a choice. And I dare not turn a blind eye to their suffering any longer.
So, atonement then, is it?
That was the answer we found.
The only one we need.
I'll be expecting you both to pull your weight.
And we will.
Well then, with a sprinkle of fire and ice, this plan of mine might just work.
The music! It's Final Fantasy
What are
1!
you looking to get yourself into now?
The best kind. We're going
It's the
to
Final
sneak
Fantasy
into the
theme.
Imperial capital and pay a visit to Mother.
That's awesome. Oh, that shot though. Hooey! Holy!
And the last of our farmholds in the eastern provinces has succumbed to the blight.
Without their yield, we will be hard-pressed to fill the capital's granaries before winter.
If there is a capital by then,
So this is Ishgard, right?
creeps closer as we speak.
And yet you do naught but bawl and bluster.
Your radiance?
Hold on. Hold on. Oh, this is Sembrica. Okay. Hold on. Oriflame, the capital of the Holy Empire of Sembrica, located in northeastern Storm on a peninsula that dominates Oilifeist Bay and is home to the mother crystal known as Drake's Head. All the Empire's major institutions are located here, including White Worm Castle, seat of the Holy Empire and meeting place of the Cardinals. Holy Empire of Sembrica, a nation occupying the northeastern reaches of the continent of Storm. Great city of Oriflame is the capital. Political power in the Empire technically resides with the 5 cardinals, but even they are bound to the whims of the Holy Emperor and those manners of state in which he takes interest. In the year 860, at Emperor Sylvester's behest, the cardinals agreed upon a plan to liberate Rosaria from the marauding forces of the Iron Kingdom, after which the duchy had little choice but to bend to the knee and become an imperial province. Is this the place where the prince who is the dominant of the Bahamut lives? I believe so. I think because when we had the one cutscene earlier, he was talking about his holy radiance, and they just referred to this guy as that, so I'm assuming this is his dad. Oh, this is totally Ishgard.
If it is fertile land the Empire acquires, we need but look south.
Even got a dragon behind him.
If you mean the crystalline Dominion's holdings, we are bound by mutual accord. Theirs is a neutral state whose borders we are sworn to respect.
Gentlemen, did we swear to see our people starve?
Well, I really do think that...
Rebel.
The gates of Oriflame buckle at the flood of those come seeking refuge from the blight. If there is not grain enough to feed those within our walls, how, pray tell, will we feed those without? But instead of setting your minds to riddles such as these, you lock horns with an enemy from across the sea, sending our soldiers to the slaughter in their thousands. The Empire bleeds gates, and you sit here prattling like crones in a tea house. And you fancy yourselves leaders of men.
Rabble, 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 rabble.
Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. We are but their servants. If their land is being wrested away, it is our duty to claim new lands for them.
Your Radiance! You cannot mean a war of conquest.
That is exactly what I mean. It is time we expanded our dominion.
Ah, I see.
This is the will of great Grieger.
Okay, that was the thing I was looking for. I was looking for the church thing, but let me read these. Emperor of the Holy Empire, Sanbreque, who won his throne at least partly by virtue of his son, Dion, having awakened as the dominant of Bahamut. Yep, there you go. Crystalline Dominion, a tiny independent state straddling the continents of the Storm and Ash. Its capital, Twinside, is built on the tiny isles of Ark, from which its mother crystal, Drake's Tail, rises. The lack of a dominant has seen the Dominion become the subject of constant maneuvering over the years, both political and military, and it was only through the recent convening of a Council of All Nations that a non-aggression treaty towards the neutral body was forged, and a tenuous stability amongst centuries-old rivals achieved. You saw on Twitter that I got spoiled by something. What happened? I got spoiled on P12. Like the final boss model, because people are stupid and can't put spoiler tags on things. Gregorian Church, or Gregorian? I don't remember how they pronounced it. I think it's Grieger. State religion of the Holy Empire of Sanbreque, whose followers worship the goddess Grieger as the one true deity. At the church's head stands the Holy Emperor, voted into office by his fellow cardinals, and supposedly they're equal, though this is widely recognized as a convenient fiction. The followers of Grieger worship dragons as sacred servants of their goddess, and since the founding days of the empire have doted and depended upon them. So it's like Ishgard if they didn't hate the dragons. Council of Elders advises to the Holy Emperor of Sanbreque and the highest body of government in the empire. The council consists of 5 cardinals of the Gregorian Church, who are intended to rule in the emperor's stead. The emperor, meanwhile, is expected to serve as a constitutional monarch, but there is little to prevent one who wishes to impose their will upon the council from playing a more autocratic role. You should talk about the thing. Drake's head. Empire is ruled by the Holy Emperor, the one true goddess made flesh according to Gregorian faith. That's weird. Who is served unquestionably by the sworn knights of the Blessed Dragon, known more commonly as the Dragoons. I see. So what you're telling me is that the goddess is gender fluid. Because by that logic, that this dude is the goddess. If we're following that logic correctly.
There will be uproar. Then we must find
Rebel,
a way
rebel.
to distract the citizenry. But how much will that cost?
Rebel, rebel, rebel.
What of our legions? Shall we raise the furs?
Well, someone will have to contend with the Dalmex.
I will not keep you. You all have much to do.
Have fun. I enjoy figuring out my dastardly plan.
Where is my son?
At war?
The Lord Prince is currently garrisoned at the Strait of Arthur. If it please you, I can send word requesting his immediate return to the Holy Capital.
That won't be necessary. Tell him instead to see to his wounds. Bahamut's strength will be needed again soon.
As you command.
My dude is playing in some shit. I need to get a look at the world map again.
I must have misheard. You mean to tell me that the mother crystals are the reason the world is dying?
Huh?
Are you mad?
Huh?
I have been called that on occasion, but no, not today. We've all seen it firsthand. Empty wastes where once were green meadows. Land drained so dry of its ether, not even the rats remained. But where was it all going? I spent years searching for an answer until I saw it standing right in front of me. There, in the self-same crystals we look to for their so-called blessing.
Huh?
All right, listen. Take this crystal. How does it allow us to conjure magics? Answer, by drawing ambient ether from the air. And where do these crystals come from?
That's easy. They're mine from the mother crystals.
They're one and the same. Although admittedly this here fits more easily in the pocket.
But the mother crystals are massive. Some as large as mountains.
So you see the problem. Imagine just how much ether can be drawn by something that size. As to where it's all going, mind, well, I can't know everything, can I?
We are taught that the mother crystals are divine. Their ether a gift from the heavens. For centuries, nations have fought and fallen for want of that gift. If what you say is true, how did no one else see it?
They did, but they chose to ignore it.
Maybe the truth was inconvenient.
Inconvenient to whom, exactly?
The higher-ups, the gods themselves.
So now you want to do something about the crystals. And what? We're not helping bearers and dominants anymore.
I didn't say that. I made a promise and I intend to keep it. But if we continue down this path, there's only one fate that awaits the realm. And we can't very well set our people free if they're all lying dead in a blighted ditch. Not if we want to create a place where they can live on their own terms anyway. Sort of defeats the purpose. So, if we have to bring the old world crashing down in order to build us a new one, what say you? Are you with me?
That's actually crazy.
I suppose it's about time I repaid your faith.
That is a really cool twist, because it's very like...
You could have just said I.
It's very like... What's the word I'm looking for? It's like the antithesis of like Final Fantasy in general. The crystals are usually always good. Like they're the thing that's like important. You need to protect them thing. And now it's like they're all basically killing the fucking planet. Which also leads me to believe that the reason we saw the Blight so next to it, like near where we were, like near Phoenix Gate, is because of the fight that we had with Phoenix there. And the Blight showed up because we fought with so much fucking energy when that happened that the Blight showed up there. That's fucking insane. That's weird. But I really like that. That's so cool. That begs the question, though, of like... Presumably, the crystals have been here forever. Since the dawn of whatever time. And I imagine some of the higher leaders knew about the truth of it. That also makes me question if like my theory for the hooded guy, that it's actually a manifestation of like all of the crystals, like sentience type of thing. Like the crystals actually do have some sort of sentience and, you know, kind of work their magic through the dominance and things like that. That's so fascinating. Well, they wanted everyone to live in ignorance, and, you know, all of the, like, you know, the leaders of the factions throughout the years just wanted to live their fancy schmancy life and just be in charge of everything, and then, you know, rich people bullshit. Yeah, that's very, that's a very cool twist. I did not see that coming. I did not think of that at all. What if the dominants were never meant to be used for warfare, but they were meant to be used to replenish the aether? I don't think so. I think it's the opposite. I think they're designed to, like, drain the ether more for whatever reason. Because, like, if they were designed to, like, fix the ether and, like, counteract the blight, I feel like there would have been something we would have noticed with that. All of the, like, the icons that we've seen so far, they're much more like obviously we've seen them mostly used for combat, but they have a lot of very destructive power and probably use a lot of ether, so that's why, like, the blight has gotten worse as time has gone on, because they keep using them for war.
But it's nice to have you aboard all the same.
The crystals made the dominance. Like, the crystals, like, what we've been led to believe up to this point is that the crystals give a person its blessing, air quotes, that they become like a dominant of whatever icon. Because we've been told it's a blessing, so it's like what they just said, it's more like a curse.
What have I got myself into? I'm going to need more than a few potions for this.
Hey, the plot of 13 is not that bad. I like 13.
Don't mind me. Just take
Yeah, it does kind of remind me of 7 a little bit.
Wanted to send a message.
But instead of, like, it's different in the fact that, like, the reason the Mako reactors are bad is because they're using the life energy of the planet, but they were man-made. It'd be like, it's the opposite of it, where the life stream itself is killing the planet instead of the reactors.
You've lost a letter. Nothing too important, I hope.
Not just a letter. I lost everything. There's a hole in my damn pack, and fool that I am, I didn't bloody notice.
It can't be that bad, surely.
How could it be any worse? I'm a courier. I carry things. If I can't do my job right, then what am I good for? Nothing, that's what. I buggered it right up. That means no herbs for the infirmary, and no fresh meat for our cooking pots. Worst of all, that letter I lost, it was for Sid. A letter he's been waiting on
Like,
for
the crystals are
days.
invasive from another planet. I don't know if I'd go that far with it yet,
Scour storm
because we don't
coast to
know
coast
the
if I could,
origin
but there
of
are
them.
curse breakers in the field, counting on
It's
my
kind of
arrival.
been assumed
No.
at this point that they've
Just
always
have to
been around.
own up to Otto and Sid. They're gonna skin me alive.
Fine. Tell me what
I
to
wouldn't
look.
say it's out of the question, and that'd be very interesting. Maybe it does have something to do with
Sounds
Ultima
like
as
the
well,
highway could
because,
use
like, the
those
Ultima
supplies.
enemies
So,
definitely look
where should I start?
otherworldly. Like, they look
Tan's
fucking
bales,
weird.
Perhaps. I took a tumble in the bushes when I was passing through. There's a chance my pack might have caught on something. If you can find everything I dropped, you'll be doing us all a favor. And if you can find Sid's letter, you'll be saving my life.
if it's there, I'll find it.
Wonderful. Now, I have to run if I'm to make my next delivery in time. I trust you can find your way to Gotan's bales. Oh, and hurry, will you? Sid doesn't like to be kept waiting.
I'm sure he doesn't. Unless it won't last
A
very long
test
after the
of your
elements. I should make
reflexes.
the sandbreak as soon as I can.
Well? What do you want?
Ayo, Ifrit sword. That thing does so much damage. Holy fuck. Holy.
No scratches, right? And?
Ooh. It's pretty looking. Well, let's get in the light. That's a good looking sword. Holy fuck. That thing is clean. Like it. That's good. Yeah, because a lot of the blight's like up here, but it's also like we kind of see it around here. I'm assuming that's what this is too. It's the same type of coloring. They're all kind of like near where the crystals are. Honestly, this sword almost looks like the Manderville weapon. It almost looks like it. It's pretty fucking close. Pretty similar. What was that gaping hole in the earth? It's over near one of the crystals over here. We still don't know what this is, but let me go to the log dude again.
Otto barking at his lion.
It's the ocean's butthole.
Good day. Or...
Extant encyclopedia.
Find for you today.
Constitutional core to the founder. Oh, that's a lot of reading.
You wish to study the tomes?
Where is the thing I'm looking for? Yeah, the mother crystals. Enormous glassy mountains, 5 of which tower over the lands of Valistia. Okay, so there is only 5 of them, but there are 8 icons of the different elements, which is weird. That's weird. They are the source of all the crystals that the people of the twins rely on in their everyday lives. Not only that, but the lands surrounding them are rich with ether, making the magics of the crystals cast even more potent. For these reasons, great nations have sprung up around each mother crystal and have long warred for each other possession of their blessing. Yeah, we read this a long time ago. I do remember that. The people of Valistia rely on the crystals mined from the mountains in their everyday lives and flock to the aether-rich lands around them in pursuit of their blessing. Sid posits that it is in fact the mother crystals and their ability to draw aether from the earth that is the reason for the Deadlands' advance. Few who learn the truth are hunted down by those in position of power, those whose power rests on their control of their crucial resource.
You are always welcome, Clive.
Clive, was it?
He's never this. Where are you, Randall?
Is everything all right?
Forgive me, young man. I was in a world of my own. I'm worried about my friend, you see. He left some time ago and hasn't returned. And you know what it's like out there for a bearer on his own.
Why leave the safety of the hideaway?
For coin. Sad though it is, our need outweighs the risk. The hideaway can't survive on goodwill alone. And though Karen does what she can, her coffers aren't bottomless. Wait, you were a soldier, were you not? In the Imperial Army?
I was.
Then I ask a favour of you. I'm too old to be traipsing hither and yon. Will you go and find him for me?
I'll do what I can.
Oh, thank you.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Randall, and I suspect you'll find him in Lostwing. He's been working for Quinton, the tavern keeper. He'll know something, I'm sure.
I'll speak to him.
Safe travels, my friend.
I also want to say for you guys in chat,
Thank you again.
for anyone that's been hanging out for the 16 streams, I appreciate it. And I very much enjoy theorizing things with everybody here. Very fun. Oh yeah, when we played Horizon, that was really fun to theorize ideas for the plot. That was really fun.
But how did the grocer know his daughter?
And just think, now that I have a new capture card, we can play Forbidden West, which I have avoided spoilers like the fucking plague.
Ah, if it isn't Sid's young protege. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I'm looking for a bearer called Randall. I hear he's been coming to you for work. He was expected back at the hideaway some time ago.
That is also true.
A friend of his asked me to check on him.
That's another game I've been avoiding spoilers for.
The porter. Yes, I know him. And I can't say I'm surprised if he has been delayed. I gave him enough to do. Though, thinking about it, he should probably have been back by now.
I'll go and look for him. Where was he headed?
He was to meet an associate of mine to the south of here, on Lorbert's Pass. I do hope nothing's happened to him. Be sure to let me know, Clive.
Oh, that is very far away.
Sun's setting fast.
Yeah, I've been trying to be pretty good about avoiding spoilerinos. It's funny too, because this playthrough in general has felt... It's been very fun for me, like genuinely, and it kind of hits different because I'm very much treating it more like I'm just kind of experiencing the game, and I'm just kind of like speaking my thoughts aloud type of thing, you know what I mean? Not that that's particularly any different from what I do normally, but something about this game and streaming it has just kind of hit different.
You all right?
The hanged man. Thank the gods. You're one of us. We were attacked. Beastmen on the road. Randall knew he didn't play the hero, but reckless sod insisted on drawing him off.
Where did this happen?
Further down the road. In the clearing. Please. You have to see that he's safe.
I'll do what I can. You go back to Lost Wing and tell Quinton what happened.
Like Beastmen is in like a Minotaur or like... Yep. Well, okay, it's goblins.
Goblins. Why am I not surprised?
The tree I can't see!
Too slow.
Also, this music here in this area really sounds like a Fate battle or like normal battle music in 14. Oh god, I always timed that wrong. Trying to get the timing down for a magic burst while in the middle of a limit break. It's really weird.
Sorry, Randall. Looks like I was too late. He doesn't deserve to rot by the roadside. I'll speak to Quentin.
Rip. Also, how much do we want to bet that when we go back to Rosaria to deal with the mom, that while we're doing that, Mr. Titan himself is going to show up at the hideout and kill everybody while we're gone?
You haven't much, but you're free to look.
Lionheart tonic?
I trust it's all here. You're always welcome here in
Sun's
Lostwing.
setting fast.
Ah, there you are. My
Do
man
you
told
want to
me what
bet
happened.
subs? No, I'm good.
And I can't help but notice you're alone. Damn it. I feared as much.
He's not far from the South Gate. I trust you'll do right by him.
Of course. I'll send someone right away. I knew he was brave, though I didn't know he was reckless. Poor fool.
And you known him long?
A while. I liked the fact that he didn't shy away from dangerous work, and he liked what I paid.
Because it helped keep the hideaway afloat.
I'll tell Sid what happened here. I expect he'll be none too pleased to learn of Randall's fate. And I suppose you're none too happy either. For your trouble.
I can't remember. Is this where the vineyard is? I can't remember. I think it is. Yeah.
The courier said his pack might have split while he was passing through the bales. I better keep my eyes open.
For your trouble. Kisses him on the cheek. A little kissy.
Good. Looks like I'm in the right area. More of the lost supplies. I doubt he could have fit much more in his pack. Still no sign of Sid's letter, though. We've come this far. Might as well ask around.
A little overdressed to be picking grapes, aren't you? Are you here for Master Quentin?
I'm looking for a letter someone dropped nearby. I don't suppose you've seen it.
Can't say I have, sorry.
Well, if you do...
In a fight, right?
Wait.
Rob, in a fight?
I did pass a dog with
In a fight,
something in its
right?
mouth a little while back. Could have been a piece of paper. No idea if it was your letter, but you never know.
Which way did it go?
Towards Lost Wing. Seemed well looked after to me. Dare say someone there's been feeding it.
To the village, then.
In a wrestling match, if you will. Specifically. Wrestling, air quotes. Yeah, in a sword fight. I fucking hate that. I hate it. God damn it. Oh, god damn it.
Back, are ya? Did Master Quentin summon you? The shad's all salted and smoked.
What the dog doing?
It seems we have our culprit.
Skilled, thank you for the 10-month reset. Sippy. Doggy.
Someone's waiting for this. And he's waited long enough already. Hopefully this will keep our courier out of trouble.
It's funny because I'm really curious to see how long it takes like Sam to finish the game. Because we're like, I think over 12 hours now.
To send a message.
I feel like I've been definitely taking my time with this.
Maybe I should just own up.
There you are. I just got back to the hideaway and thankfully Otto hasn't seen me yet. I don't suppose you,
Found the things you dropped. I did.
I was so sure they'd be gone. And the letter?
Only a little worse for wear.
Hold on, let me just hand this to you off screen really quick. Yep, there we go, at the bottom of the screen.
No more skulking about in the shadows for me then. And all thanks to you. Losing those supplies was one thing, but if Sid had found out about that letter...
Is it about Cursebreaker business?
If only. It's from his daughter.
Huh?
She's off studying in Canver.
He has a daughter?
The letters are all that keeps Sid sane while she's away.
Huh?
He never mentioned a daughter.
Well, he's a busy man. And thanks to
With
you,
who?
he won't be wasting his time smiting careless couriers with levin boats. So I'd say you did us both a service. Here, for your troubles. If there's anything you're wanting from Sid, today's the day. He'll be sweet as honey once he gets his hands on this.
I see what you did there. I am in fact shocked to learn this information. How do we assign this again? Oh, there we go. Do that. Take the strength tonic, just like whenever an enemy's toppled, just fucking blast them.
So what God's forsaken corner of the realm is Sid dragging you off to this time?
Oriflamme.
The Holy Capital. And what business would you lot have in... On second thoughts, I don't want to know. Speaking of Oriflamme, I hear the trading routes leading south have seen more than double the usual traffic. If you ask me, summat foul's brewing. And it ain't Tyre's borbile tea. Oh, just go and see Otto, will ya?
All right.
Yeah, they're pretty expensive, but we don't really need our money much for anything else. I'm kind of debating finally swapping the XP thing. But at the same time, it's kind of nice. Kinda.
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier.
Take a seat, Clive.
So you're really going through with it? Sid's been talking about bringing down a mother crystal since I've known him. But that's all it's ever been. Talk.
He's convinced it's the right thing to do. We'll be leaving for the capital shortly.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better moment. Seems the hiding the Royalists gave him wasn't enough to dampen old Sylvester's spirits. His legions are on the march again. This time, due south.
Another war.
All as the great Grieger wills it. Bloodthirsty little miss, that one. But that's God's for you, innit? Still, might work to our advantage on this occasion. Wars breed chaos. On the front lines, and at home. With a fair wind behind them, a handful of like-minded ne'er-do-wells could melt into the back alleys of Oriflamme. No trouble. It's making it to the capital that's the problem.
The checkpoint.
That's right. Anyone travelling in or out of Oriflamme has to go through Northreach. Lucky for you, I might just know of a way.
This?
Well, no, not that. That gets you an audience with the Dame. And it's the Dame who'll see you safely through Northreach. I'll send the Stolas in the morning. Let her know you're coming. We go way back.
Oh.
And she's a true friend of the cause. I'm sure you'll get on like a house on fire.
That's good of you, but who is this dame, and where will I find her?
She's the proud proprietress of Northreach's foremost house of ill repute, the Vale. And she's quite a woman, if you know what I mean.
A woman?
She's hot.
Right.
Get it?
Don't go blinding her with your child.
Do you get it yet?
I'll be expecting a full report when you get back.
Alliance reports unlocked. Alliance reports are now available for viewing by speaking to Gout. The Alliance report counter in the hideaway is mess. These reports compiled by curse breakers contain information on quests currently available across Valistia.
I suppose that's everything. Now to find Gav.
Oh, you're the new lad, aren't you? Goat at your service. Well, at the hideaway service anyway. Otto's put me in charge of reading through the reports sent in by our allies and picking out any problems that might warrant the attention of the curse breakers. Or any other willing volunteers. And there's no shortage of problems, I can tell you. Or maybe I don't have to. I'll warrant a strapping lad like you's got people begging him for help wherever you go. Anyway, if you're ever interested in taking a look over the list, just say the word. Reckon you could probably tick off the odd thing here and there. They say little acts of kindness are their own reward. But if that ain't enough, these have got proper bounties on them and all. Here you go.
Oh, I see. Use Goat's Alliance reports not only to find new quests in Valistia, but also travel immediately to obelisks near their location. Side quests.
Ah, you're Sid's man, if I'm not mistaken. Couldn't trouble you for some assistance, could I?
That depends. What do you need?
Some new bearers from Oriflamme just arrived, and it cost Master Quinton a pretty penny to convince their owner to part with them. Man must have been a bloody tyrant. Can't get a peep out of them, try as I might.
They're probably terrified of you.
You're probably right. Dare say it'd take a bearer like yourself to open them up. So, will you have a word with them? Help them settle in?
I can try.
That'll do me. Tell them they're safe, and that if they need anything, they just have to ask.
I'll let them know.
Appreciate it. They're sitting over there, taking a long overdue breather, looks like.
We've been talking about them in the, like 5 feet away from them. They've been listening to this conversation the whole time.
So you're the new arrivals. Is there anything I can get you? You're safe here. They don't punish people like us for speaking our minds.
Truly. I'm hungry. My sister too, we're starving.
Wait here. I'll fetch you something from the tavern.
Thank you.
I won't be long. You stay here and rest.
You know, there's something I've been curious about for the whole bearers thing, and it's... We know they can use magic, but we don't know, or they haven't really explained, like, the extent of which, like, how much of the magic they can use, right? A lot of the other people using, like, crystals and stuff, it's usually just kind of like whatever. It's like, you know, freezing food, like having a fountain with like a crystal in it, or like someone lighting something with a fire or whatever. But we don't really see them like, you know, cast like full ability stuff. It's a lot of basic things.
I'll have 2 plates of whatever you're serving.
Sorry. We've enough mouths of our own to feed without tending to the wants of outsiders.
Rude.
It's not for me. It's for some new arrivals.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't see the mark. So you're a comrade?
It's literally on my
In that
face.
Case, you may have whatever you require. Take all the bread and wine you want.
That's really all it takes. One look at the innkeeper's mark.
Of course it is. I do as Master Quinton commands.
Oh, they meant the other
As do
thing.
you.
Okay.
And Master Quinton commands that none of his favoured guests be left wanting. Well, don't keep our new comrades waiting. Take what you need and see that they eat their fill.
Bread and wine.
Guess I wonder if the mages in the battles are bearers. I don't think so. I think they're using crystals in the middle of combat.
Don't tell me. Turnips for supper.
Brother, did you see?
Yeah. Bread and wine from the tavern.
Just does the Minecraft eating noise.
May we? Truly?
Maybe they have to have specialist training to use their magic for more than basic everyday uses, and so the owners don't allow them to have the training so they can't rebel. Yeah, probably something like that, yeah.
Such plenty.
So they never really, like, let bearers learn how to properly use their magic at all.
We sat and no one shouted. We ate and more was offered.
I know. I can't believe it.
You're free now. And the next time you're hungry, You need only ask to be fed.
Thank you for everything. Thank you.
That is also true, yeah.
What happens?
It's probably too dangerous for them to use the
What's now, brother?
Nothing bad.
oh, my brain's shutting off magic in more ways than just like basic shit to do like all the mining or whatever that they need them to do.
Master Quentin will never forgive me if I don't save that.
I like that Jill were they already in here or did they like follow me and like hide in that corner?
Wait, that's... Oh, glory to Griga. You were the hanged man. I took you for a rogue. If you're a friend of Master Quentin's, then perhaps you'll help me. His vineyard, Lostwing's pride and joy, has been beset by a plague of giant wasps.
And you need someone to solve your pest problem.
I do indeed. I've never seen them so far from the forest, nor so mean for that matter. I suppose the smell's got them worked up, and little wonder. This'll be the finest crop we've ever known if the fiends don't eat it first. I tried chasing them off myself, but they won't flee from the likes of me. And if I don't bring those grapes in for pressing soon, Master Quentin will have my guts for garters. You look like you can handle that.
Yeah, use Garuda's tornado in the middle of the vineyard and just destroy all of the crops to get rid of the
Rid us
bees.
of these wasps so I can be about my business.
All right. I'll see to it.
We love video games.
Oh, thank you. You'll find them over at Gotan's Bales on the edge of town. And hurry.
Well, the bees are certainly gone.
Grapes.
Oh yeah, all the music in this game is amazing.
Must be the vineyard. A few wasps shouldn't give me too much
So
trouble.
good. All right, well, time to deal with the wasps.
Where do they all come from?
Oh, there are a lot of them. Oh my god.
Looks like that was the last of them. I'd better let Quentin's man know.
Next is thank greeting a sub to Chayu.
But how did the grocer know?
Alright,
his
emotes and sub badge and your freedom from the ads.
Those wasps won't be interfering with your harvest anymore.
Oh, thank you. Master Quinton would have had my head if I'd lost the crop. I'd say you've earned a reward. Our Gotand Rouge fetches a handsome price among the rich.
Trust me when I say that I hate
we use that money to
having to run ads, but the monthly like incentive thing this month wasn't too bad. It was actually a pretty decent amount of money, so
a place where they'd be safe.
Trust me when I say I don't like it either.
He certainly seems to have done that here. I'm glad I could help.
I'll see that he hears of your kindness. And once this vintage is ripe for drinking, there'll be a glass or two raised in your honor.
It's a little bit important, kind of. I'm like pretty sure the monthly incentive is like, it's about maybe a little bit less than what I make off of subs, like actual like resubs, not gift subs and stuff. So it's essentially like a almost 100% gain. Kind of hard to pass up. I just hate the fact that it's very shitty experience for most people that don't have subs.
It's done for.
When will I go for Partner Plus? Literally never, because holy shit, the requirements for it are insane and bullshit.
I've seen your face before. You're a friend of Martha's. Help us, I beg you.
Help you with what?
Is that Amicia's voice actress?
Bandits in the Golden Stables. They're
It
waving
is.
their swords around. I think they're gonna kill someone. When I saw what was happening, I slipped out the back. I should have stayed, but oh, please help them.
All right. I'll see to your problem.
Thank you.
How many were there?
I was out of the door too fast to count. They looked a nasty bunch, though.
If
Be
it counted
careful in
gifted
there,
subs
right?
and Prime subs, it would maybe be easier and doable for me. But even then, it's still stinky. God, it would help a fuckload, though. Like 70-30 split would be amazing.
Golden Stables, my ass. All Martha's hiding back here is coppers.
I'm gonna be hiding my sword in your back here in a second.
Oh, that's a fine sword, friend. Heavy, though, I expect. What say we relieve you of it?
Oh yeah, man, this will go great for you. Trust me, it'll be fine. Yeah, you're gonna do great. You're doing fantastic. Keep it up, bro. You're doing a great job. You're doing awesome. You're really really doing your best. They did, in fact, fuck around and find out. Didn't even stand a chance.
I'll be keeping my blade, thank you.
There he is, the hero of the Golden Stables.
Did you summon a fucking tornado in my
Twice
bar?
for pushing us around again, thanks to you. We're lucky you were nearby. No good cowards wouldn't have dared set foot in the place if I'd been here, of course.
But you weren't. I thought you told me you had someone watching the place.
The Blood Axes keep an eye on the tavern, yeah. When they're not busy keeping the peace, that is. I've spread them as thin as they'll go. The Empire might be in charge, but that don't mean they care to keep us safe. If it weren't for the Blood Axes and me, merchants won't come near these lands.
I appreciate it, Achu. I'm glad you're enjoying the playthrough, and I'm sorry about the ads.
Then you do Rosaria a great service.
Just as you did today. You're a useful man to have around.
Next thing with 2 gift subs.
And there'll be a mug of something tasty waiting for you whenever you next stop by.
Right, we've got work to do to make this place presentable. You best be going.
And I know that Clive and Jill's mocap actors did Cloud and Tifa in the FF7 remake. That kind of checks out. They did a good job for that, and they're doing a good job for these 2 characters.
There he is, the man of the hour.
That should have been every side quest. Pretty sure. Who's ready for plot? Everybody's favorite.
Well, 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 someone's in a hurry.
Just following orders.
Funny, I never took you for the type.
Can't all be as obedient as you, Gav.
Eh?
Fine day for a little mischief, wouldn't you say?
Is this all of us?
Actually, Gav won't be coming.
Just the three of us, then?
Drake's Head is the keystone of the Empire. Oriflamme's in chaos, yes, but that doesn't mean we can march an army through her gates. The fewer our numbers, the better our chances of going unnoticed. And should that plan fail, well, we have our icons to fall back on.
Sid, I don't know if I can. Ifrit still seems to come and go as he pleases.
Just like Dr. Mundo.
Ordinarily, priming an icon comes naturally to a dominance. But then, you are no ordinary dominance.
Well, he's still got the blessing of the Phoenix, doesn't he?
Not to mention what he sucked out of Garuda. And did I ever tell you about how he was once the greatest shield in Rosaria? You know, I reckon he could probably cut us a path out of the capital on his own if need be.
Let's try not to find out.
We're less likely to be spotted if we travel separately. I'll meet you in Northridge in a few days. You two behave now.
Yeah, we've got angry Mr. Titan Man coming after us. Which will probably happen after we deal with this. Because we still don't know if he actually knows what happened. Because there was the weird box thing that was never really explained. I don't know if they would even be able to figure out if it was us, other than the fact that the dude said that... Well, they blame Sid for sending the box, but I feel like it's more of a setup. Unless Sid did actually send it, which might have been a little bit stupid. I don't know. If it was her head, then it's definitely a setup. There's no fucking way Sid would do something like that. There ain't no way. Is around the time worn remnants of a fallen airship that the residents lost would carve their meager existence, refusing to leave this be a threat and just been deadlands. I think we already read that. Yeah, she and Titanhead Segs.
So, we're meeting in Northridge. But will I find Sid and Jill before this dame finds me?
Where is Jill? He's just gone. Also, I'm going to teleport over here. That's very far away, and I don't want to walk. Walking is good for you. However, I'm lazy. Yeah, she's just not with us now. Oh, hello. I was wondering what enemies would be over here since Garuda's gone. Bunch of normal wildlife again.
There. Northry. The soldiers used to speak of a brothel. But that was north of the checkpoint. I hope the dame has friends in the south. A moment, my lady.
A moment? I doubt you could afford even that much of my time. Branded.
My mistake.
No, mine. Upon reflection, you don't have the scent of a branded about you. The flowers. Otto always did know how to please me. More than Sid ever did anyway. Do you think you could please me, Clive?
Oh.
You're the dame.
How convenient.
Let us leave such impersonal titles to my less preferred clientele. You can call me Isabel. Otto assured me I could trust you. I can trust you, can't I?
You can trust me, yes, but why would you?
Help you? Because that's what we do. Long ago, Sid did me a kindness when no one else would. I have never forgotten that. Without it, I would not be where I am today. And so, I make it a point to do the same whenever possible. Which brings us here. To the final obstacle between you and whatever it is you seek in the holy capital. I fear the guards are not likely to let a masterless bearer pass unmolested, unless...
You could have phrased that differently, but I'll let it slide.
Unless, of course, his master deigned to appear.
Personal space?
That will do nicely.
You're in my bubble.
But I shall expect a favor in return.
Wait, what?
Yeah, 6 feet at all times, ma'am.
The
fruit's not getting any.
Do you see anything you like?
$50,000. God, the orchestrion rolls are so
I'll be here
expensive.
if you need me.
Hello, ma'am.
What the hell are you doing?
Tut tut. We cannot have people thinking I tolerate disobedience from my branded.
The men who gave me this are no more my masters than you are. But it's not as if I can hide it.
From the moment you acquired it, that brand has done naught but take. But today, it is going to give you exactly what you want. Just play along.
It's gonna end poorly.
Madame, back to the Vale already?
But of course, we must make ready to welcome you, my dear.
And who might this be?
Why, my new escort. The streets aren't safe for a girl, what with all the royalists about.
Well, don't work him too hard.
Well, that rather depends on you now, doesn't it?
I'll see you all at sunset.
Oi, hold up.
Oi. Oi, bruv.
Another fucking branded. Well, you're lucky you're with the dame. Get out of my sight, filth.
I mean, I was literally going to walk past you, but okay, dick.
That wasn't so bad.
Wasn't so bad. They might have recognized me.
But they didn't. And even if they had, they wouldn't have done anything about it. The gentlemen of the garrison are some of my best customers. We have an arrangement.
Uh-huh.
As do you and I. Now, if you'd care to follow
Again,
me,
phrasing.
we can speak more at the Vale.
Doesn't seem like I have much of a choice.
I haven't seen you around the Vale of late.
And if anyone requests her company, tell them she is feeling unwell.
Madame, you look stunning.
As do you, my dear.
Shall I have one of the girls draw a bath?
That won't be necessary. Clive, my darling. Welcome to the Vale.
I am uncomfortable.
Thank you for seeing me through the gates, my lady. I am in your debt.
My lady.
Well, that was the whole point, wasn't it? And I told you, it's Isabel. Whatever wound you so tight, I wonder. It's certainly not Sid's influence.
You, mentioned a favor. What is it you'd have me do? I don't want to keep my companions waiting.
If you mean Sid and the girl, you needn't worry. They have yet to reach the checkpoint. Yes, Otto asked me to help them as well. But to answer your question, I need you to find someone for me. One of my girls. Tatienne has been gone for several days now, having left no word of explanation. And I've begun to fear the worst.
I feel as if I've spent my whole life searching for people. Though I can't say I'm any good at it.
I trust you'll do your best. Oh, and take this. Proof of that trust. And hopefully enough to keep prying eyes from looking too closely at that handsome face of yours. Now, I have matters to attend to at the Iron Flagon. If you find anything, ask for me there.
I should probably start here.
Behold, plot we need to do. However, there are side quests.
Excuse me, you there? The gentleman with the sword? I cannot help but notice you bear the moon and stars. So you are an associate of the dame's? Might I trouble you for some assistance? You'll be rewarded, of course.
And who exactly would I be assisting?
Yeah, I'm actually a pretty cool guy. I talked to a girl once.
I am Etienne, a humble merchant, though fortunate enough to count the dame among my acquaintances. I have business beyond these walls, but the guards have grown somewhat suspicious of my comings and goings of late. I was hoping someone might be kind enough to go in my stead. And who better than someone in the employ of the Vale's proprietress? Would you be willing to help a fellow in his hour of need?
Why not?
Marvelous. The task is simple enough. Pass through the gate and deliver packages to a few of my most valued clients. There are 3 in total: a grocer, an apothecary, and a distiller. You need only mention that the items you carry are fresh from the master's table.
Uh-huh.
Nothing dangerous, I hope.
Why, of course not. Merely trifles which folk beyond the checkpoint are keen to get their hands on. And though I cannot prevent you from peeking, I advise that you don't. Strongly advise.
The markets are a veritable...
Ah, yes. The sauce.
Sergeant's got it in for us two. As if either of us needs... Where's your commanding officer, Branded? Don't you know the training grounds are for real soldiers?
It's m'lady.
Hey, you lost or something? Sorry, but the Imperial Guard's got no use for your kind. The infantry always needs more bodies, though.
I'm just passing through.
I don't bloody believe it. The bastard's wearing the moon and stars.
That'll be why he's strutting about like he owns the place.
The Dane laughed when we offered her our protection. You reckon this prick's really worth a couple of the Emperor's finest?
I dare say there's ways of finding out. How about it, Branded? Care to show us how you earn that?
Bro,
brooch?
you don't want to do this. You really don't want to do this.
No doubt. Only chivalrous souls that we are, Robin and I need to know the dame's being properly looked after.
Okie dokie.
Fine. If it'll put your mind at ease.
Oh, and just so you know, I won't be holding back.
Oh, I won't be either.
I suggest you don't either. Take a moment to get
Wouldn't
ready
dream
if
of it.
you need it. Wouldn't want you whining about an unfair fight.
We love cocky soldiers.
Now.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what you want.
Cocky bastard. All right, let's be having you.
Okie dokie.
Oh, and when you go crying to your mistress, tell her it was Leon who gave you the pounding. Use all the dirty tricks you want, Brandon.
Yeah, man. How'd that work out for you? How'd that work out for you, man? It's working out great, huh? Yeah, you're doing a great job. Really, really showing me how good the soldiers are, you know? Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Did a great job.
Fuck me.
What the hell are you
Fuck you
playing
indeed.
at, Leon? So it's a real challenge he wants, is it? Fine.
Oh, we going for a round 2?
Sword up, bearer. Let's have some fun, shall we?
Okay. It's on cooldown, but that's fine.
Favor anyway.
I knowing when to hold my tongue for a start.
You got potential. I'll give you that.
Yeah, man. It's too easy.
Can I go now?
Grieger's gas. The bastard didn't even break a sweat.
Mm-hmm.
The dame's man or no, he's still a branded. Best hope the sergeant never hears about this.
Yeah, not after the bullocking he gave us for missing drills. Might be the old sod had a point.
No, I don't want to see a clip from
I'll
Sam's
leave you
stream.
to it.
Yeah, good bloody riddance. At least we know the dame's in safe hands, I suppose.
Do us a favour. If you have to tell the dame about this, tell her we got a good few hits in, eh?
No, you didn't. You really didn't. Like at all. The definition of talk shit, get hit.
Heard the bones fell favourably. To the Vale, then.
I don't know how a bearer came by the moon and stars, but thank goodness I found you. Can I trust you to be discreet?
About what?
About this. About what I wish to ask of you. About the fact that I, a humble creature, assist the Dame of the Vale in her endeavors.
Uh-huh.
As unlikely as it may seem, there are those within the upper echelons of Samberquois society who find the Empire's treatment of bearers to be barbaric.
All right. But what do you want from me?
This town is carried upon the backs of its bearers, and yet many would see their servants starve. Not for the want of coin, simple fare cost little more than a pittance, but to revel in the suffering of others, a simple act of cruelty. Contemptible though it is, my countrymen would sooner cut off their noses to spite their faces than see their bearers fed. And despite my best attempts at secrecy, my efforts to dole out comestibles have been noticed. Which brings me to my request. The brand upon your cheek affords you a certain freedom. A freedom I could sorely use.
Fine. What do you need me to do?
Oh, thank you. An extra meal may not seem like much, but it will make all the difference. Here, deliver these, but keep them hidden. Quickly now. What food I can provide goes where the need is greatest. And today, that happens to be the barracks. 3 bearers, overworked and underfed, not permitted a moment's rest.
It's no wonder so many die before their time.
Tragic, true, but do not let anger make you careless. People will view this act of mercy as an undermining of the Empire's authority. Be discreet for both our sakes, and for the sake of those we feed. Oh, and when you're finished, a word in the ear of one of the Dame's girls would be appreciated.
Uh-huh. Will you be staying then?
I'm afraid not. I'm expected back in the capital, and have already risked much speaking with you this long.
Crystal's curse is bad enough. We can't let people starve as well.
Favorably.
Are you waiting for it to heal on its own? Hurry up!
Looks like now's not the time.
Just stabs him in with my sword. Oh no, his wound got worse. Oh my god.
You look like you need a rest.
Oh no, I tripped and fell, and my sword went right through him. That's crazy.
Thank you. I don't eat it here, though. Not where anyone might see. Has it always been this bad? Oh, it was worse before the Chamberlain. I'd be dead without him. Me and many others. That's something at least. have something for you.
Yeah, her arm is fucked up. I think her leg is too. It does seem like all the bearers just end up using very little
From the
magic.
Chamberlain. Thank you. You need to leave. Now. Please.
Branded! Who told you to rest? Stoke those damn flames! And you! If you've got a message for me, out with it. If not, return to your post.
Oh no, my sword fell through him too. That's crazy. Oh my god. The fucking shitstorm out here.
It's not been half a moon since then.
Enough! Curse you! Get away from me! You'll work faster next time if you know what's good for you!
Here. It looks like you need it.
The Chamberlain must have sent you, but alas, my work is far from over. If I don't go now, they'll beat me.
You need to rest.
But I won't. I've wounds to heal and bones to mend.
And what of your own hurts?
They'll wait. As will my hunger. Thank you, though.
A drover has more regard for his cattle than the Empire does its bearers. Anyway, we'd better head to the Vale.
All right. Are you here for business or pleasure?
Not quite.
Business, though not my own. The Chamberlain put me to work delivering food.
Ah, so he found someone to help him then. Just as well. I hear his friends back at court have been taking a little too much interest in him of late.
So he really is a Chamberlain.
There was a time when he was the Vale's most illustrious customer. Us girls thought of him as a generous uncle. He was one of the only people round here who seemed bothered by the way the Empire treats its bearers.
Rare for one in his position.
A fact not wasted on the dame. A little nudge from her is all it took, and he became the patron saint of Northreach's starving masses. My sisters and I may have lost an uncle, but bearers are being fed for a change, so we don't grumble. Much.
Glad to hear it.
Gives you faith, though, doesn't it? To know there are people out there like him. And you, for that matter. It's no wonder the dame's got a soft spot for you.
I better be going.
Clive's just like, oh, okay, let me get out of here, I'm embarrassed.
With the right to confiscate any
Reds,
object.
whites, ales,
Fresh fish!
and a china
All from the
from
sea of grace this
It all smells
very
sodden.
I warn you now, I don't sell to your kind, whether you have the coin or not. Where's your master anyway?
Etienne sent me.
Didn't know he had his own bearer. Business must be booming. All right, quickly now, before the guards notice. That is no burden off my back. And this is for Etienne.
All this for a drink.
Not just any drink. The very best specially distilled for my most discerning customers. The guards find that, they'll seize it before you can blink. You keep it well hidden, all right? If Etienne likes it, tell him there's more where that came from. For a price, of course.
Of course.
I have no business with Branded.
Behold, everyone is a
Business
dick.
with you. A package. Fresh from the master's table.
I do not know you. Where is the merchant, Etienne?
Somewhere the gate guards won't be paying him or his affairs any mind.
Fine. Hand over the goods and be gone. This is lighter than usual. Branded, if I discover you have played me false...
I can always take it back.
You will do no such thing. Your master should cut out your insolent tongue.
And I should cut off your stupid head.
Of any other man, I would see you clapped in chains. Payment. Take it and get out of my sight.
Cigars.
Those cigars are worth more than your life. Do be careful.
Oh no, my sword, I fell again and I killed a guy. Oh my god.
There's nothing here for your kind, Branded. Go on now, shoot.
I have a delivery from Etienne. Fresh from the master's table.
We're delivering a questionable good for a side quest.
Why didn't you say so? Times are hard. But this here'll make 'em less so. For a while at least. Sorry about the welcome. I meant nothing by it.
Bull fucking shit.
You wait right here. Here. You can tell Etienne I'm a man of my word.
Perfume.
Oriflamme's finest. Just as promised.
Perfume, cigars, and spirits. Someone has expensive tastes.
I was about to say the exact same thing.
How can they afford to maintain them? I suppose there's only one way to find out.
Oops, accidentally cast the tornado on the entire village. Oh no. My fingers slipped.
Well then, I suppose you'll need a little...
Ah, you have returned.
I have.
I believe these are yours.
Delightful. The dame will be pleased.
You don't say. And would she be pleased to learn what you had to exchange for those items?
You mean the crystals? No need to be coy, my boy.
Why not just tell me in the first place?
An honest man wears deception like shackles about his ankles. I couldn't risk you stumbling under the gaze of the guards. After all, we both know the punishment for dealing in unsanctioned crystals, even such morsels as I provide. And if you don't
Here
know
in
what
Florida,
this
we
day's
call that
work may have
meth.
cost you, then, well, I dare say you'll sleep all the better for it. Despite the risk, our friends beyond the wall gladly give their finest and most treasured wares for the paltry crumbs I trade in.
I didn't realize crystals were so scarce here.
As scarce as chocobo teeth, hence the thriving market for even the scantest fragments. Do you think it vulgar that I profit from the hardship of others?
I think you're doing what you believe is necessary.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't doubt the dame would agree. A reward for a job well done. I have the goods I was commissioned to gather, and the guards are none the wiser. I thank you, as will our mutual friend when she hears of how you have aided me.
Did they get a lot of 14 voice actors for this? I mean, probably, yeah. Okay, that should have been everything.
You wear the dame's brooch. She must trust you.
Enough to have me look for one of your colleagues. A woman by the name of Tatienne.
She's still missing then. Oh, if only I'd comforted her.
You saw her before she disappeared.
The day before, she was in tears. She'd lost her comb, a gift from the dame. It wasn't anything fancy, but you could tell it meant the world to her. You see, Tatienne was an orphan, and she looked upon the dame as a mother, as do we all.
So she was upset.
And I didn't lend her my shoulder. But perhaps someone else did. Tatienne shared a room. Her chambermaid may have seen something. She's over there, sitting by the pond.
Thank you. Let's see what her chambermaid can tell us then.
So you're the new escort the girls have been talking about. And you've already been sent off on an errand, eh? Poor boy. You'll be knackered before the real work begins later on tonight.
Oh?
I'm told you share a bedchamber with Tatienne. Did she say anything to you before?
Before she went missing. Only that she needed to meet with someone. She did mention a name, but I know exactly who she meant.
You do?
Lad from the garrison. Annoying little shit. Spent every gil he earned on Tatienne, and picked fights with anyone else who tried to buy her time. Followed her around like a lost puppy. Tatienne was flattered at first, but it didn't take long for her to get scared. She thought about saying something. But the dame was so proud of her for how much she was bringing in, and she didn't want to let her down.
This man from the garrison. Did you ever see him?
Of course I did. He tried to sneak into our room enough times. Slimy sod's got a scar over one eye. Claims he got it in battle.
You've been very helpful.
Don't let him get away with this. Find him, and you'll find her.
A man from the garrison. Seems a trip to the barracks is in order.
I haven't seen you around the Vale of late.
Did one of them get on this?
Somebody is going to get hit with another cast of tornado.
It's not been half a moon since Belling's. Heard the bones fell favourably. To the Vale, then?
I'm looking for a man with a scar over his eye.
Looking for a man? Does this look like a brothel, Branded? Fuck off!
Hold your tongue. He wears the dame's brooch. One word from him and the Vale's doors will be barred to us for good.
There's only one man in the garrison with a dodgy eye. His name's Yannick. I haven't seen him around lately, though.
On account of him being in war. Yannick left a few days back. Said he had dealings with a merchant there.
The dame thanks you. Moore is the last village on the road to Oriflamme. I should let Isabel know where I'm headed.
Clive, tell me you bear good tidings.
Sort of.
That remains to be seen.
Sort of, but also not really.
Oh, Tatienne, you could have told me.
This Yannick. The soldiers I spoke to believe he's in the village of Moore. According to them, he claimed to have some business with a merchant there. Though that wouldn't explain his continued absence.
And you plan on traveling to Moore to ascertain the truth?
Isn't that what you want?
Oh, it is, but I fear sending you there may cause more harm than good. The people of Moore are rather set in their ways. You'll find they have little love for bearers, and they will not hesitate to report one such as you to the constabulary. There is a man in Moor who owes me a favor. More than one, in fact. His name is Bertrand, and he works at the stables. Tell him I sent you.
I shall return as soon as I find something.
It's a much larger area than I thought it would be. Jesus. Oh, but there's the city. God damn, that is so fucking cool. Yeah, you can like see the crystal, like this whole thing. That's so sick.
Oriflamme, how many bearers suffer to keep your granaries full?
A lot of area around here too, Jesus.
That's enough for today, Branded.
The music has a very distinct sound of dread to it.
You, Branded, here now.
Oh boy.
You're late. What kept you?
Late for what?
Did they tell you nothing? A wild beast is savaging my boy.
My boy.
Well, don't just stand there gawping. Rescue him.
No.
All right. Where is he?
My. I see they've sent me a Branded with a spine for a change. He's over that way, towards the coast. Go, and see that you kill the beast.
For someone whose son's in mortal danger, he didn't seem all that worried.
That is exactly what I was
Something's not
thinking.
right here. I need to be careful.
Is that the other crystal in the distance? What the fuck is that? Like over this way. The hell is that?
The wolf! It's going to eat me!
Not if I can help it. Stay back. I'll deal with this.
You're finished.
No! You weren't supposed to kill Wolfie. You were supposed to die.
Oh.
Father will have you whipped for this. Bearers aren't supposed to win. They never win.
What is this? Your father said you were being attacked.
You're not supposed to talk. Stop looking at me like that. We were only having fun.
Having fun?
Why are you still speaking? Father will hear of this.
We love pompous rich kids. Yippee!
The wolf's work, no doubt. But it's not the wolf that's to blame. Someone needs to put an end to this before it happens again.
Also, that, whatever the fuck that is in the distance, is concerning for a number of reasons. Because based on where we are, like, we're looking this direction-ish. And I don't see anything on the map that looks like that. Hmm. Maybe a ruin, yeah. Hello, dickhead.
Come here this instant.
You were supposed to die.
How dare you frighten my son? You slaughter his poor pet and then have the gall
I
to
crave
return,
violence.
head held high.
I crave violence.
That wolf was trained. Better trained by far than your worthless kind. You are the entertainment, nothing more. And we are most certainly not entertained.
Nor am I. You'll pay for what you've done.
See? I told you, he talks too much. It's not right. I don't like him, Father.
I don't like him.
You're not the branded I bought, are you? How dare you deceive me?
Oh my god.
Sins of the slave are the sins of the master. Go! Summon the unlucky wretch you answer to.
That unlucky wretch would be me. I'm my own master. I'm beholden to no one. And I take orders from no one.
Lies! Do you think I cannot see that brand on your face?
Shut your mouth and listen. Those bearers
Get 'em,
you
Clive.
killed, they were people. They felt fear and pain, just as you do. And unless you wish to share in their suffering, you would do well to remember we are not your playthings.
Father, he's scaring me.
How dare you threaten us? How dare you?
I crave conflict.
Buy another hound. A bigger one. A better one.
Of course, my son. I'll have the villagers fetch us another. With jaws powerful enough to nip this branded's head clean off his shoulders.
I crave violence. Ugh.
I'm wasting my time. But I can't just leave those bearers lying out there. They deserve a proper burial. That much I can do at least. How many bearers have lost their lives to this nobleman's sport?
More victims of the nobles' games. You must be Clive.
How do you know my name?
The Dame. I'm in her service, like yourself. Never gets any easier, burying the dead.
Is that what you're here to do?
The mistress has me see to it that none are left to the crows. Since you're here, can you give me a hand?
Gladly. Let's put them to rest.
May their burden finally be lifted. I take it you slew the nobleman's pet?
I did. Though I expect they'll find another soon enough. And when it gets here, more bearers will die. How can they think so little of sending us to the slaughter?
Simple. Because you are not them. Bearers are tools when they're needed, and toys when they're not. And if one breaks, well, you can always buy another. Still, Such attitudes don't always go unpunished.
Good. Oh no, they're attacked. Oh my god, no.
Wolves kill. It's in their nature.
Oh no.
Invite one into your home, it's gonna tear your throat out eventually. Same with bearers. Fed or not.
Anyway.
They don't lack for fangs. What will folk do when they bite back, I wonder? The realm's nest two murderous bastards, and I won't mourn the loss. Here. For their help.
You don't have to.
Take it. You never know. Our paths may cross again. Till then.
Knock knock. Hello. Hi, it's me, Karma. You may be wondering how I got here. Oh, absolutely. A reference to The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Good. I feel nothing.
Have you seen my Chloe? I let her out of her pen while I did my chores, but she hasn't come back yet. I think she's lost. Please, can you help me look for her?
I can't promise I'll find her, but I'll try. Describe her to me.
She has beautiful white hair. She lets me stroke her when I'm sad. She's ever such a good girl. So quiet and kind. And she likes walking in the wheat. I know the fields are big, but she's never got lost before. Oh, she must be starving too. She hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. It is my job to feed her.
In that case, let's not keep her waiting. That's a lot of field to search. With a little luck, someone might have seen her.
Yeah, I don't particularly like the quest name either.
You work these fields? I need to ask you something.
A branded. And an outsider at that, judging by the lack of manners. Why should I help you, eh? You tell me that.
Because a girl from the village asked me to find her pet. Chloe. Have you seen her?
Chloe, is it? Oh, little Lisette's plaything. Last I saw, the filthy creature was sniffing about the windmill.
The fact that
girl's
we're
old
not
enough to know she should tie her pet up when she's finished playing with it.
we're not explicitly saying what the thing is.
The windmill.
Is the concerning part.
Off with you now. I won't have idle branded underfoot.
What did dog doing?
More brown than white. You're not Chloe, are you, girl? Is that?
Yeah.
On the job.
Yeah. No, Clive, they're not napping. They're dead. Yeah.
The crystal's curse.
Chloe, I was calling you. Didn't you hear me?
This is morbid.
What?
Get up now. You've slept long enough. It's time to go home. Chloe? Why did you already turn into a rock? I only made you do a bit of magic. You knew you were my favorite. None of the other Chloes had pretty hair. It could be months before Dad gives me another one. I have to wait until they're too tired to work anymore.
Is that all she was to you? A plaything? Do you really not care that she's dead?
She's not dead. She's a rock.
That? The crystal's curse? That's just how she died. And now she's gone forever. Giving another bearer her name won't change that.
No, don't say that.
It's true. And without that brand, she would have been just another girl. Somebody's daughter. Just like you.
But Dad said bearers don't have parents.
They do. Parents that give them away. Families they'll never see again. But you became Chloe's family when you took her in. Remember that. And remember her.
Well, okay. The child is, I'm going to say, partially at fault, but it is definitely a product of the way that she was brought up. Right? That's the main issue at hand. But like, Jesus Christ.
If the people of Moor are as intolerant as Isabel says, it's no wonder the Empire never sent my unit here.
Buy, sell, or be gone. Thanks for nothing.
Weren't expecting any new branded until the new moon.
Are you Bertrand? The dame sent me.
Sounds about right. Only time I hear from her is when she wants something. Well, go on then. What is it?
One of her courtesans has gone missing, and I need to find her. A soldier who may have information on her whereabouts is rumored to have come here to meet with a trader.
Many traders stop to peddle their wares on their way to the capital, but only one's been seen quarreling with a soldier.
Is he still here?
The trader? Oh, yeah. Stubborn sod stood his ground till the soldier got tired of shouting, from what I hear. If you seek him out, keep your head down. Fact is, folks round here would sooner hang a branded than help him. And that's even with the dame's brooch for protection.
Understood.
What's this? A branded? Where's your master? Must I call for the constable?
I come to you from Northreach, at the behest of the dame. Perhaps you've heard of her.
Why, of course I have. I am the good lady's servant.
Change your tone real quick.
What is it that she requires of me?
Rumor has it you were seen arguing with a soldier some few days ago. A soldier with a scar over his eye.
Yes, that's right. He had a comb which he claimed was an antique. Said he wanted to trade it for a newer one. But old though it was, an antique it most certainly was not, as I told him. Nevertheless, he insisted that it was of great value and was quite vehement about my appraisal. I stood firm, however, and for all his bluster, he still purchased a new comb, albeit an inexpensive one.
And do you know where he went after that?
My customers aren't usually in the habit of telling me whither they are bound, but as it happens, this one did. Yonder ruins, strange as it may sound.
To hide a body, perhaps?
Not at all. I would do anything for the Dame. Anything. Be sure and tell her, won't you, that I was helpful. I mean, most helpful.
You go in? Nope. Well, that's either for a side quest or for plot. I'm in the middle of nowhere.
It smells of death here,
A lot of wolves.
Wolves.
Oh, I think I see both of them.
Can't let them get any closer to the village.
Yep.
Damn it all. Bodies. A man and a woman.
He's dead.
Well, the wolves have been busy. But the blood is long dry. So it is you, Tatienne.
If that's true, then the body next to hers will be Yannick's. The girl Yannick went off to sea every night. He said her name was Tatienne.
You. Did you follow me?
Now, why would I do that? Unless you think I'd have good reason to. But no. I was sent to find Yannick. By the looks of things, I have.
We both found who we were searching for.
Nah, he was a jealous sod. Couldn't stand the thought of his woman with someone else. Then one day he sees her with a new comb. Thinks she's got herself a new gallant. Tells the garrison he's going to find the man and kill him. We know it's all talk, but then he disappears off to Moor for some dealings and doesn't come back.
If you mean this comb, it was a gift from the Dame.
If only Yannick had bothered to ask, eh? He might not be rotting on a hill.
I think he meant to ask her something else. He stole the old comb and bought her a new one in the hope they'd wed.
Wed? Where would they have gone? Certainly not back to Northreach with a Dame waiting. And we all know what happens to deserters. Tell the Dame I'm sorry for her loss. When the lads come to collect Yannick's body, I'll see that Tatienne is delivered to the Vale.
Is that wise?
Oh, there won't be any covering up this mess. The most we can hope for is that the Dame doesn't hold it against us. Speaking of which, I saw her in Moore just now. Could you tell her what happened? Might sound better coming from you.
I need to tell Isabel. Perhaps the comb will give her something to remember Tatienne by.
That pretty much went about as I expected. Fuck, it sucks though.
Weren't expecting any new branding.
If it was a message that needed...
You are still in one piece, I see. You will be pleased to hear that your companions have arrived. They said they would meet you at a little chapel to the east of here.
Thank you, but...
Then it's just my question about the chapel.
You needn't have come all this way just to tell me. I was on my way to see you.
You found her then? I see. My dear Tatienne. It is by no means uncommon for a client to fall for a courtesan. Especially a client who's young and far from home. But rarely do such tales have happy endings.
I found this with Tatienne. I believe it was yours.
Thank you for returning it. I shall see that it has a place on her pyre.
I should go.
Before you do, I have one last gift. A token of my thanks. The Veil counts among its patrons several high-ranking officers of the Imperial Army. According to one of the looser-tongued gentlemen, it would appear that the legions are planning to march south.
Otto mentioned the same thing.
But did he mention that it was all of the legions?
Oh.
This is no mere skirmish. Were I to guess, I'd say the Emperor planned to abandon the capital.
Huh?
But that couldn't possibly be true now, could it? Take care, Clive.
I will.
But why?
And thank you again.
That's weird. I mean, maybe? I mean, they did mention, I think in the one cutscene that, like, their crops are starting to go bad. But, like, abandoning the crystal, too, seems weird to me. I will say one thing I find kind of strange, and I did kind of notice this before, is, like, this crystal is at least portrayed to be, like, a light blue-ish. But when we look at it from here, it's just kind of, like, gray. So maybe the main crystal is losing some of its power. Maybe. It could just be the lighting, yeah.
Any trouble on the way?
None worth mentioning.
As I was telling Jill, it's worse than I thought. The capital's crawling with soldiers.
And here I am, the deserter come home.
Which is why we'll be taking the back door.
Oh, we're just in the city already? Okay.
Cheer up, you two. Can't think of a safer place in the Empire than a...
Oh, God.
brothel.
Really? Doesn't seem very private.
So then, how do we proceed?
We'll be using the glass gate. Tonight, just after sunset.
Where the shards are loaded for transport. That is one of the most heavily guarded points in all of Sambrek.
But not the most, which is a start. Besides, I know a shortcut straight to the heart.
A shortcut? And how exactly did you come to know about this fatal chink in the Empire's armor?
Let's just say I may have attempted something similar before. And may have ended up running for dear life after being discovered by Bahamut. But that's not important.
Yeah, I gotta leave out the important part.
Sid, if the Mother Crystals truly are the cause of the Blight...
If? You wound me, Jill.
What I'm trying to say is, if the powers that be know all of this, why do they sit idle and allow it to continue?
In case you haven't noticed, the God-fearing people of this realm and their pious leaders care for but one thing, themselves. And they'll do whatever it takes to hold on to power. The rest of us are just a means to an end. The moment you raise your voice against them, you're decried as an outlaw, clapped in irons and slung in a cell to rot.
An outlaw.
Whoever controls the crystals controls the realm. But our kind can wield magic without them. To our rulers, we must seem the most convenient of tools. And the most dangerous.
But what makes them think they have the right to use us? To leave us to die when our bodies are spent?
Because they're rich and also
So no
assholes.
one would weep for a broken mug, a torn tunic. Our fate means nothing to them. No, this isn't a battle you can win with words. Believe me, I've tried, but nothing ever gets through. The world is simply not ready to listen. So to hell with talking. If they won't give us a say, we'll decide our fates another way. You can't blame a man for wanting to bring an end to all this, can you?
I can't. But what of all the people you mean to rob of their comforts? Are you happy for them to call you outlaw?
Sid the Outlaw. Aye, that'll do me.
You might at least pretend to take this seriously.
Have a little faith, Jill. Even if you don't think much of my choice of digs. If it means my deeds will be remembered, I'll gladly play the role of villain. But first, we have a gate to crash. And once we're in, there'll be no turning back. So you best make ready. The world won't save itself.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. In majestic silence has Drake's head ever stood vigil over the empire of Sambrek and its bejeweled capital. Oh. I see. That bodes well. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Proceed. We can double check the side quest. I'm gonna check the blacksmith really quick.
I see I'm busy here. What's that for you, dear?
Pretty sure we have like the best stuff we can get right now. Yeah.
That it?
As a 14 player, those words make me breathe heavily. Yep.
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier.
We usually know what that means.
All right. Quick look.
All right, we have done every side
Always
quest.
something in there.
Clive, was it?
I will talk to the book man again really quickly.
Have you come for a tale?
We've done every side quest. We have all the items we need that are upgraded. We have full items, I believe.
Today?
I don't think there's anything else that we need to do.
Look what the curl dragged it. Going purse weighing you down.
Yeah, we're max on items.
Is that all?
I mean, there's some chests that I probably missed, but I don't think most of them would matter too much. Like, I didn't explore, like, a whole lot of, like, this other area. But I don't think it matters that much. Alright, chat, you ready? Are we ready? Are we prepared? Proceed. Yep, ready, check. Oh, that's pretty. See, now it's definitely light blue.
There are not nearly enough men here.
Then it's fortunate the city guard doesn't take sentry assignment as seriously as you do. This bodes well.
Won't be a first. This may not be such a terrible plan after all.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Only that your last secret shortcut was nowhere near as secret as you claimed.
Yeah, but that's half the fun of it. Life's too short for perfect plans. You want a plan that'll keep you on your toes, stop you growing old and complacent.
Worked for you, has it?
Clive, my boy, even life's smallest challenges offer the opportunity to grow and to change. You must embrace these moments. Allow them to suffuse your heart with a deep sense of fulfillment.
Narrowly escaping death at the hands of an enemy is not my idea of fulfillment.
Something wrong?
Not at all. Just wondering if the two of you had finished.
Right. We make for the Mother Crystal's heart as planned. Destroy it and the whole thing should come tumbling down.
And if the passage to the inner sanctum is guarded?
Then we embrace the moment and use it to grow and change.
See, now I'm thinking of Final Fantasy VI.
Come on, this way.
And if we get rid of all the crystals, I'm going to assume that means we can't use magic anymore. Because that's basically what happened with FF6. It's probably fine.
Try to stay out of sight.
Obviously.
Don't worry, the passage is empty.
Well, the bearers can use magic without crystals, but they probably get that power from the, you know, the mother crystals being around, right? At least assumedly. Like with the crystals being, it's like I said, it's kind of like FF6, because that's what happens in that game where like Kefka destroys the I think it's the magic statues or whatever, and because of that, the entire world literally cannot use magic anymore. So like you defeat the bad guy, but he basically wins because he gets exactly what he wanted. That's why Kefka is like one of the best villains ever, because he literally wins.
All right, not quite tempted. Let's get this over with.
One single man from reaching the sanctum, so shut your gob and keep your eyes open.
I swear this passage used to be secret.
Of course it
Perfect plans, Clyde. Perfect plans.
That is true, actually, because they said that the crystals are more like a conduit. But then if we remove the conduits, then, like, we still wouldn't be able to use magic then, unless you were born a bearer. But, again, we don't know if it's tied to the crystals or not, I guess. And I imagine no one's ever tried to destroy a crystal before, so we don't even know what's going to happen when we try to break this one. It could be, like, catastrophically fucking awful. We don't know. Or, since we know that they're technically draining the fucking life out of the planet, more or less, then if we break it, then it could actually just explode in like this huge like thing of like life magic, right? Or like all the aether nearby would be like restored more or less and fix the blight.
That would be my guess. There are sentries everywhere.
And all good things must come to an end. We might have a bit more company from now on.
Holy crap.
Captain! To arms, men! Summon the cannoneer! At once!
That's a large boy.
I think this may be the moment I was talking about earlier.
What have we here?
The fuck are you
More
even
insects
holding?
come to be squashed. You will find my mortar and
Cannon?
I
Yeah.
only too happy to oblige.
Big cannon.
Give a talk, yeah?
Then let's shut him up.
Oh. Whoa. Oh, that's cool.
Too slow. Not this time.
You feel that? Something in the air.
Ether. It's ether.
We are very close to the crystal.
want to die.
Is he?
Oh.
Oh, bollocks. He's got a Kashyyyk.
He's got a what? A who?
Poor wretch.
Huh?
Save your pity. You get none in return. There's nothing left of him but hatred and rage.
Let's end his torment.
Ow. Oh my god. Oh, that's sick.
Who's that?
Oh god.
Wake winds!
Holy fuck. So about that new funny word. Kashyyyk, the irreversible change brought about by a living being's overexposure to ether. Creatures are stripped of any intelligence or sense of self they may once have had and become suffused with life force, usually manifesting as extreme strength and aggression. Flora can also turn, resulting in their twisted overgrowth. Those with ethereal tolerance, however, such as dominance and bearers, are less likely to turn to Kashyyyk. Interesting.
I'll never get used to that. The Kashyyyk or no, he was still a man. A man who drowned in ether.
It's no way for anyone to go.
Come on.
Guard duty's a death sentence in this place. Not that Sylvester cares.
The like blue effect, the blue effect in the air and stuff is really cool.
Breathe deep of the blessing, my friends. Who said being a dominant doesn't have its benefits?
Sid, this is an ether flood.
There shouldn't be one here, should there? The workers couldn't survive this.
Well, it wasn't here last time, I can tell you that. Which means we need to be quick. The ether won't hurt us, but I'd rather not find out what it's done to everyone else.
Question is why. I wonder if it's something that they caused, or like just the fact that 3 dominants being here together is like kind of fucking with something, but I don't know.
Oh, the miners. The guards.
Too far gone. The ether's made monsters of them. All we can do now is put them out of their misery.
Isabel said she thought the Empire might be planning to abandon the capital. Could this be why?
She said you could call her Isabel. Never mind. If ever there was a reason to up sticks, an ether flood was here. Those guards at the gate.
They were keeping people in. Oh, that's so cool.
To keep the Akashic in.
That's fucked. But why? Yeah, they basically had everyone move out of the city and then kept only a few people to keep the insane people at bay, you know, the Akashic, and then again, why? Like, why is this happening? Uh-oh.
Doesn't look that far. Right. Why, yo? Whoa. Oh. Some help.
Hold on.
Not quite as spry as I used to be.
I'll take that as a thank you.
Look on the bright side, eh? At least you won't get lost.
Holy. War Cry. Some opponents will use the ability War Cry to invigorate themselves, enhancing their performance in battle. Look out for the icon and try to defeat them before they can deal too much damage. Oh, there are quite a few of them.
Flanks to me! That's enough.
Blew up that man's entire cock. The dominant of being stabbed in the dick. Yeah, but like bearers probably have a little bit better tolerance for it. Dominants definitely have more, but I imagine us being here for too long would not end very well. Oh boy.
Garuda, lend me your strength.
You know, I wasn't really sure about the tornado ability at first, but man, it is just kind of broken. Oh, hello, large man. I have figured out the timing for the magic burst. It is very weird. It's much more delayed when you're in the limit break. Dead end? Nope. Coral sword. A bit better. Can't really get a good look of it, but it's very thin.
I see they replaced that wooden door with something a little more sturdy.
Like a curved blade.
On the count of 3.
happened to two?
Ask one.
Once more.
Aye, seeing as you're trying now.
That's a really funny dialogue bit. That's so good.
As if that was going to keep us out. The mother crystal's just up ahead.
Is it? I can't see a thing.
Well, unless someone's moved it.
Oh. Oh. Holy fuck. Behold, the rock.
There's no one about.
God
I knew
damn.
it would be big. But this.
Holy.
There. That's our way into the inner sanctum.
Oh, look, a boss arena.
You'd think they'd have patched that up by now. Sorry state the Empire's in.
Wait. You don't mean...
They left it there.
My little game of hide and seek with Bahamut ended here. At tragic cost to this remarkable architecture. Don't blame me, he started it.
But how did he make it out alive?
I walked. You should try it.
Oh, this fucking music though, the fucking pipe organ. Oh good, more Ultima enemies.
Yeah, no good.
There's something you two want to tell me?
Maybe later.
How could those creatures from Phoenix Gate be here in the mines?
Are the two places connected somehow?
Hmm. Well, the architecture definitely isn't the same. Like, all of this was built by probably the Holy City or Holy State or whatever. Like, the architecture isn't the same. It is definitely not the same. The enemies are, but the enemies, we don't know why they're related. That's what they just said. Like, we don't know why they're here. We know that they're Ultima enemies because the thing spoiled it for us a little bit, but... should kill him. Yep.
Better already. When I was in the Imperial Army, soldiers assigned to the Glass Gate would tell stories about something they called the Guardian.
Can't say I saw anything like that when I was last here. Then again, I can't say I made it this far.
Let's just be careful then.
Any questions? Hello, Giant Boss Arena. God, this fucking area is insane. Guardian was a boss from 6.
Where did that come from?
Oh.
If I had to guess...
I think that might be the Guardian.
Beast. Another victim of the flood.
Well, if it's a fight he wants.
Okay, it doesn't have a specific name.
Always.
Oh, fuck! Oh. I didn't expect the fucking Dark Eater Madeir laser. Okay. Where you going?
Where's he off to now?
Dive bomb?
Clive, look out!
Oh! Holy fucking shit.
Not this time.
Wrong counter, but that works.
Not this time.
Fuck, timed it wrong. Kinda hurted. Oh. What you doing? Oh. Okay. Oh my god. My limit break. How could you do this to me? That does so much fucking stagger damage. Early. Didn't hit me though. Oh, that damage at the end. That was a sick fight.
Are you all right?
Fine.
The inner sanctum lies just beyond. Chances are the palace guard knows we're here. We should move. Not that any sane commander would send his men into a place awash with this much ether. Clive. If this all works, and the blessing fades, things are likely to get worse for our kind before they get better. Being the last to wield ether will make our talents that much more sought after, by which I mean hunted. I just hope, in the end, they'll see that we didn't have any other choice, that it was the only way to get us to a better place.
And here I was thinking I was the uncertain one. Luckily, 2 out of 3 of us have faith in you.
Then it all starts here. Time to earn that menacing title. Sid the Vicious, was it?
Hmm.
We're almost there.
Holy fuck,
Anyone
dude.
having second thoughts?
Not me.
We're with you to the end, Sid.
Then what are we waiting for?
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This can only end well. Oh, that is fucking cool, though. Hello, second boss arena. God, that's crazy.
It's beautiful.
Prelude.
The heart of Sambrek.
that didn't work. I think we're gonna need a bigger sword.
Mine's bigger.
Thank you, Clive, but I meant that figuratively. The core's clearly made of sterner stuff. Tyler's going to have a fit when she hears about this. Stand back. It's about to get cramped in here.
Do a big old zapparoonie on that thing. Big old fat fucking 11 bolt.
That's more like it.
Clive, look.
What is that?
That's probably fine. What in the fuck?
Sid!
What? Huh? What the fuck?
I need a freight.
What the fuck is that?
Come to me. I can't do this without you.
What in the fuck is that?
Not again. Where are you?
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Where the hell am I?
What the fuck? Well, you got him, I think. What the fuck am I even looking at? What the fuck?
I've been here before.
Typhon?
You again. Where are you? What do you want?
Oh, nope, he's okay, I think.
Fuck. It's still alive. Get out of my head! I don't answer to you. I'm leaving. One way or another.
I mean...
You're finished!
like Typhon being on the table now, like that opens up so much more. Like there's so much shit that could be in this now. Typhon's from 6. It's like Typhon and Ultros.
By the flames.
Holy fuck. It's the windy boy. Huh?
What else can he do?
The weird thing about this is it's like it's not even close to being similar to how Typhon was in the other games. That's probably not good.
That power isn't yours. Mine.
The music though, fucking hell. Clive, you gotta get out of the AoE. Pretty much the same. Oh, I have like magic burst while playing as Ifrit too now. That's sick. Oh, I can move like way faster too. Dude, this is so fast. Holy fuck. Like by comparison to like the first few fights like this, where you're playing as the primals, like it's so much faster. And I can precision dodge too. Oh, that's so sick. Oh, that shotgun blast with the fire is so good. I don't know how each time we get like another like new thing, it's just like it makes the game just feel even better. Somehow they keep topping themselves. Oh, good.
How many more could there be? Oh, fuck.
What the fuck? I see.
As you wish.
All the music though. Oh, his name too. Demon wall? What the fuck? Oh my fucking god. I shouldn't have run towards him. I regret my decision. I want to point out too, like we saw how big Ifrit was in our world. I want to point out how insane massive Typhon is compared to me. What the fuck? I want to point out too with the music, like a lot of the music has been pretty on theme, but this definitely feels like it doesn't fit with the rest of the world. Not that that's a bad thing, but it's such a tonal shift. Spirit bomb? Uh-oh. He's still holding it. This is like a DBZ fight if I've ever seen one. This is so sick. God, that was fucking awesome. Like how we've been playing this for like 13 hours and like it just keeps getting better and better and better and better. Hmm. My question is, why did that pop up after we broke the crystal? Unless the crystals are being used to imprison something. It's like a... almost like a... X-Death type of deal.
Oh, enjoy your nap.
You're wounded.
This? It's only a scratch. All right, the hole.
We'll find you a healer.
Here. No, you won't.
Oh.
I know who you are. And if you think I'm gonna let you have him... Think again.
What? Why the design look like Omega, though? What the fuck?
Sid.
One left. That'll do me.
Try not to talk.
Clive. so long, I thought I had all the answers. But then I met you. And I learned it wasn't a good death we should be fighting for, but a better life. It's all very well, a man reclaiming his fate. But if he can't choose how he meets it, what's the point? So, I made a choice.
No! No! No!
Don't do this! The rest is in your hands. The crystal's blessing is a prison, Clive. And if it's an outlaw the world needs to help it break free, stop. Please. I can think of none better than you.
Man. Dude went out like a fucking champion, though. That sucks. Uh-oh.
In ashen grip, let ember glow to kindle flames anew.
Joshua Ex Machina. Fire Themis.
I'm sorry, Clive. Had I arrived but a moment sooner. Do you remember me, boy?
Yep. I was right.
I saw you protect them. That was very brave. I know you're there, Ultima.
Oh. Well, there's our answer.
You have learned our name. What else have you learned, Phoenix?
My travels have revealed much about you and your ambitions. I know that it was you who tore me from my brother. And I know that it is his power that you seek. But know this.
Name change on the subtitles.
If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Very well.
Breath of mine ancestors, fill these lungs that I may dispel the songs of suffering.
A disturbance.
We'll leave my brother alone. This is getting us nowhere.
We agree. No more games, Phoenix. We have come to claim our vessel.
And I said no.
Oh?
These flames are nothing. You will know what it is to burn.
Yours is a fleeting form. I'm not fool enough to think I can harm you. But to protect my brother, I don't have to.
Life, wake up, he's here. It's your boy. Heaven's Ward theme.
These are not flames of destruction.
Have you forgotten already who I am?
Oh. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a good idea.
Just try and get to my brother now. Fiend.
Well, that's gone forever. This will surely affect the trap population. Meanwhile, at the League of Evil. Oh no. Oh, yep. Okay, well, my idea was right. No! No! Well.
Must fail nor cook again! Find Sid! Are all fucking dead!
I was right.
Sid, help us! Where is he? You'll do!
Bruh.
Bastard!
Gab, we've got to go!
Not without this!
Sid is not among the dead. Shall I send a Stolas?
That won't be necessary.
I thought we weren't allowed to use magic in the Deadlands.
Fuck me! Where the hell are you, Sid? Where the hell are you?
Oh boy. That pretty much went the way I expected it to. And that sucks.
finest silks from the master weavers of Randalar. Come, feel its softness.
Chocobo
Make a
steaks,
nice gift for your
chocobo
wife.
sausage, all from greens-fed farm birds. None of the old courses you'll find elsewhere. Here, take a bite.
I've got peppers and peas, beans and beets. If it goes in a pot, I've got the lot.
Curatives, restoratives,
Look all you like, sir. It's all fresh. Picked this very morning.
Restoratives, unguents, ointments, poultices, calmatives, curatives, restoratives, unguents, ointments, poultices.
No,
Might I
Joshua
interest you in a potion, milady?
definitely isn't with them.
Perhaps a soothing salve to ease the aches of the road? I'm sorry. I wish you well, but may the mothers guide you. Calmatives, curatives, restoratives, unguents, ointments, poultices. Calmatives, curatives, restoratives.
5 years? Huh?
It's good to see you, Sid.
What have we learned?
Huh?
The bearers are locked up in an old courthouse on the edge of town.
Yeah, his brain is gone.
And I hardly need tell you who is there to make sure they stay that way.
Kupka's private guard.
It's a trap. And not a very good one at that.
Another? What does he hope to gain from this?
I'll have the captives free before nightfall.
You do nothing of the sort. Our comrades didn't give their lives for you to get your throat slit in a god's forsaken slum.
So those in the courthouse should be left to suffer.
That's not what I said. I simply meant it doesn't have to be you who frees them. Damn it all. You're as stubborn as the old Sid was.
Fuck.
Just don't say I didn't warn you. You're Sid now, and if anything happens to him, we're finished.
Please, we don't know anything. You have to believe us. We'd help you if we could.
But you're helping us already.
Forgive him, my lord. He did not mean to offend.
Quiet, you!
No sign of Hugo.
I'll wager he thinks as highly of his minions' traps as we do.
Then this should be easy.
Don't hurt us. I beg of you.
Quiet means quiet, branded scum.
It's going to be all right. I'm here to even the odds. Any objections?
It's him, the outlaw. Sid's here. Come on.
Yeah, it's the same line when he showed up earlier, I think when we were saving Gav.
Summon Summon the others!
The bearers?
Safe.
Yep. The fuck? Interesting.
Sid dies here!
Oh, it leaves like a lightning. Oh, that's cool. And we get three of them now. That's cool. That's actually sick.
Titan sends his regards.
I think my only complaint for so far is that the targeting for this is super awkward. It's tied to the like I have to use my actual like right stick while holding circle, so it feels really weird. Oh, I don't have to hold circle? Okay, that definitely helps.
This. Let him play with the kitten.
The what?
They brought
Ma is a weird fucking cat. Coral?
You'll pay for what you've done, Sid.
That thing's got some fucking muscles on it. God damn. Nope, it's just a panther. Dead.
To hell with this.
They'll tell Hugo.
Let them. There's been more than enough bloodshed for one day.
Yeah, I want to see what the other Ramu stuff is.
Murderer. All of our friends are dead because of you. Do you hear me? They used us as bait. Bait to lure you out of your stinking hole, all because you couldn't just let things be.
What are you even doing here? We never asked to be saved. Did you think we'd thank you?
I mean, fuck you too, I guess.
We're all marked now.
For 5 years we fought to secure a better life for our kind. To see that we are treated as equals. Do you not want that?
What we want is to be left alone. Every time you show your faces, it is we who suffer.
It's all right. I'm sorry.
Just leave us be. This is our home, and this is where we'll stay.
Sid told us this wouldn't be easy. They'll come round.
If you say so.
We should go.
Well, this shit's certainly fucked. Crystal gone? Yup. Also, I guess our hideaway is still in the Deadlands for some reason. Amongst the unfading remnants of ambitions long forgotten, do Clive and his companions forge a path to a better tomorrow. What's the most recent developments so far? A lot. There's kind of a lot to unpack still. Holy shit.
That night 5 years ago, we destroyed what for many was a symbol of hope. For a reason they'll never know. We cannot blame them for thinking us the cause of their misery. Though it's to give them a better tomorrow, they see only that we've made their lives harder today. Yet the boil must be lanced if it is to heal.
I can't help but wonder if we've made the right choice.
When Sid said that he wanted to create a world where we were free. Free to choose our own path. I honestly don't think it mattered to him if that choice was right or wrong. Only that it was our own.
I miss him.
A world where we can live and die as equals. That's what he wanted. What we want. And that's why I bear his name. It's why we've all chosen to bear his legacy. And I'm not going to let anything stand in our way.
Rides over, lovebirds. Home, sweet home.
Well, that's fucking cool.
Otto was asking after you. Let's go and see.
Well, Otto's still alive, I guess.
Never a dull moment.
Yep, we get 3. This is really cool. I'm glad that we get 3 of these now. That's so sick. Yeah, okay, my assumption was correct. A lot of his stuff would be more focused on damage. On being struck, chains lightning to other nearby enemies. That's kind of cool. Judgment Bolt. Oh, that's so sick. That's so cool. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Yeah, so it's like, what? 1, 2, 3 more, maybe? Like Titan, Odin, Bahamut. Trying to think of what we need right now. I have 2 counters. We have a decent, like, big burst AoE from this. Single target from that. Could probably use remove for like another single target kind of AoE thing, because this is really quick. Then use this for like a boss.
Welcome back, Sid. Finish with that log so we
Technically Shiva too, yeah, but I didn't really want to think about that. That implies that something bad's gonna happen to Jill, but probably expected at this point. Kind of assumed Sid was going to die. Well, we already have Phoenix. Yeah, seeing Typhon is definitely a weird one. Oh, she lived.
And what can I do for you? Go on then.
Okay, that's a sick accessory.
Come again.
What's the ability charged magic is learned?
Oh, don't.
So like because I have that it won't work, or
Don't just stand there gawping.
effect will not trigger unless the ability is learned. think that's what that means. The wording on that's a little weird.
You'll not find a
Elixirs
better
now.
price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that.
I mean, it's not like I use the other thing anyway. It's not like I don't use, or, oh my god, can't speak. It's not like I use money anyway. It's a worthwhile test just to see if it works. And then we want to change this to lightning rod.
Have we any more
Yeah, we get this in the training area. Yep, it auto charges it. That's sick.
Nice try.
Too slow.
It does work.
Nice try.
Only problem with the ability is that, like, if I'm trying to do magic burst and it auto charges the thing, it forces me to use it. So it kind of fucks up my combo a little bit. God, that does so much fucking damage. Fucking Christ. Jesus. Draw, like, put a fucking boss in stagger, drop the lightning rod, drop the tornado, and then just go absolutely ape shit. Oh, imagine that with, like, Garuda's Gouge, the multi-hit. Oh, that's foul. Oh my god. Oh, the blacksmith lived too.
Back, are ya? What's that for you, dear? No scratches, right? And?
Hell is that? Chest?
Have you been to the top?
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna change that accessory. Also, this sword looks fucking amazing. It almost looks like a fucking weapon from Monster Hunter. Let me change my accessory. I don't know what I want to take. The names of my abilities again. Rising Flame, Heat Wave, Rook's Gambit. Could make the counter do more damage. Yeah, I was gonna take a break here in a second since we kind of hit a decent stopping point for now. I think the only thing, like, plot-wise is like, well, we learned about Ultima. We were correct about Joshua. I'm gonna assume that he just got revived because Phoenix. That's my assumption at any rate. I don't know what the deal is with Ultima, though, and, like, why breaking the crystal summoned Typhon or whatever the fuck that was. Again, possibly a prison of some kind. I don't know. And he wants him as a vessel, but for what and why? I'm pretty sure breaking the crystal did it. Like, if Ultima could have done it in the first place, then it would have happened without us breaking the crystal. Just curious what Ultima's whole, like, role in this is. I believe the term you're looking for is asshole. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go get some food and I'm gonna walk around for a bit. When I get back, we will continue. It might be about 10-15 minutes. If it's longer than that, then I had to go deal with a thing with my eyes, so... Be back in a bit. Hello? Hello, it's me. I'm back, ready to play the video game. Hello. Hello, friend.
Ah, there you are, Clive. Word of your adventures arrived this morning. Victor sends his thanks.
I doubt Kupka will miss the fools he sent to catch me. And not a single one of the bearers we saved showed any interest in coming with us. No one seems keen to join hands with an outlaw. Any news while we were away?
None worth mentioning. Gav's still off keeping an eye on the Republican army. Should be back any day now.
Understood. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the map room.
You now have access to the map room.
Still can't work that one out. There must be better places than the hull of a gutted airship to bury your nose in a book.
Yet this is where she's chosen to be. And I'm sure she has her reasons. I trust I'm not intruding.
Back from your mission? I'm beginning to think your habit of surviving cannot be attributed to luck alone.
One might say the same of you, Vivian Ninetails.
I'll have you know that only 4 attempts have been made on my life, and none was especially memorable. So, to what do I owe the honor? Could it be that you've come for one of my lessons?
Is that so hard to believe?
Very well then. Shall we start with the state of the realm? To absolutely no one's surprise, she finds herself at the mercy of armies and outlaws. Well, mostly armies. Though that's not for want of trying, is it, Clive? But the real question is, how did we get here?
Scholar and strategist who makes her home in the hideaway, analyzing every shred of information that comes in from the wider world in order to divine the dispositions of the realm's armies and those who lead them. She offers her insight to Clive that he might better understand the lay of the land. The moniker Ninetails, of which she herself is fond, was gifted her by her fellow scholars in recognition of her ability to speak at length on almost any subject. Exposition.
Long though Sambrek's dominion over northeastern Storm has endured, recent days have seen the Blight wrest ever more land from her grasp. For which reason she has continued to wage war on her rival across the strait, hoping to claim less blackened pastures. But Odin would sooner pawn his sword than Waloed relinquish Ash. And the Empire pays dearly for every blade of grass bent beneath Sambrequois boots. Little wonder then that Sylvester set his sights on the crystalline dominion, an altogether easier target, possessed of no less ether. It was 5 years ago, while you were busying yourself with the destruction of Drake's head, that the Empire made its move, subjugating its theretofore neutral neighbor. A nation which could legitimately claim to be the center of the world. Certainly, there is no better place to stage an army. From there, the Holy Empire's reach spans the Twins. The non-aggression treaty was the only thing keeping them in check. But if they truly broke the pact without provocation, it is only a matter of time before others reply in kind. The Holy Empire,
the Dalmekian Republic, the Kingdom of Waloed, and of course, our friends in Yaran. Who will be left standing, I wonder, when the last drop of blood is spilled?
Hmm.
You were born in Twinside. Do you not fear for your home?
Oh, dark clouds are wont to gather over the Dominion. Yet in spite of it all, she has ever endured. And when the storm has passed, I am confident she will remain. Now, as to the matter of payment for today's lesson, complete a simple errand for me and we shall consider ourselves even.
Even. Right.
Return this volume to old tomes in the shelves. Tell him it was, adequate.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to
So
visit
they
our
definitely
resident
followed
historian.
through. They followed through with their invasion. Like 5 years is a long time for a lot of that shit to go down, so...
Ah, my favorite pupil. Allow me to educate you.
Speaking with Vivian in the Hideaway's map room, Clive can view this state of the realm and learn more about the current goings-on in Valisthea. Revisit any of the Nine Tails' past lessons, or a deeper look into the relationships of the individuals in Clive's orbit. At the
Here's
Grand
the latest
Cast.
information I have.
Oh, it's like a full timeline. That's fucking cool. It's like a fancier version of the tome thing. A puppy. I like the little like exclamation point between these two. It's kind of funny. Hmm. I think what's weird is that we were introduced to like quite a few characters and then we had the time skip. An otherworldly being that Clive encountered in the inner sanctum of Drake's Head. He addressed Clive as Mythos before attempting to merge their consciousness. However, Clive was able to summon the will to resist the creature before Joshua returned from the dead to imprison it in a cage of flame that he sealed away in his own heart. Huh. Mysterious hooded man who many believed to be a dominant of fire. He was never seen outside of the company of his faithful attendant. After being captured by Benedictus intelligencers and imprisoned in Caird Norvent, he slipped free from his bonds and escaped to Phoenix Gate. Dominant of the Phoenix and former heir to the ducal throne, Joshua was thought to have died at the hands of the Icon of Fire during the disaster at Phoenix Gate. However, he is very much alive, traveling the realm even now. His true identity hidden by a heavy cowl, and his assumed name that of Lord Margrace. Yeah, the time skip feels a little weird. I'm not gonna say it's bad, but it's definitely weird. Definitely unexpected.
One must understand one's place in the world.
They give you a detailed overview of the current and past events to Clive's story that updates you as you progress through the main scenario. That's really funny. I like the little like Wade and Tyler thing. Little sprites. God, this is fucking cool. Bitterly cold region in the northern reaches of the continent of Storm. It was originally home of the mother crystal known as Drake's Eye, around which a series of small nations sprang up. Nations whose belligerents proved troublesome for Rosaria over the centuries. In time, however, the mother crystal's power dwindled, and with it the power of these warlike nations, with the blight encroaching on their territory evermore. The remaining tribes were united and pacified by Archdrake Elwyn Rossfield of Rosaria in 1854. Yeah, so there was another crystal up there. And this is where the one battle happened. It was Dhalmekian versus the Iron Kingdom. We fought Shiva.
Very good. All operations are suspended.
Also, we don't have the book guy anymore. I'm sad. They had like the whole mechanic of like leveling it up. It's like not here anymore. There's the shop, there's the training thing, Orchestrion, the blacksmith, the wall of memory, and then now the state of the realm. Oh no, he is alive. That's what the main quest is.
Norseman Harpocrates.
Now that is a name I have not heard for a long time. So long, in fact, I had half forgotten it was mine. Welcome home, Clive. You were missed, as always.
I believe this belongs to you. Vivian asked me to return it.
Ready? Our resident scholar devours books faster than young Tet does lemon tarts. Would that I could do the same, but alas, I no longer possess the necessary constitution for such indulgence, either in words or tarts. That said, I have continued my search for mention of the creature you encountered at Drake's Head, but without access to the great libraries of Oriflamme or the Dominion, I regret that I have been able to find little and less. I am sorry.
Please, don't apologize. I'll send word to our associates. See if they can't furnish you with more books.
I fear it is not more books that I require, but the right ones. Mayhap we look in the wrong places. There are still libraries to the north.
I'll see what I can do.
You are too kind. There are not many in this world who would indulge the whims of a tired old historian.
Not too tired to go filching Kupo nuts, though. Always got a pocket for him. Nicks him off the Moogle.
Hush now. We all know there's no such thing as Moogles.
The twins seem well.
Aye. Yet they laugh far too little for one so young. The loss of their parents weighs heavy on them, however well they hide it. Titan took much from us that night, from some more than others, and the wounds that remain, they are not quick to heal.
Which is why we must give them all the time they need.
That we must. Just as I must give you the time you need to recuperate. Good day, Clive.
Good day. Gav will be back soon. I should get some rest while I can.
Is there something I might assist you with, Clive? You wish to study the tomes?
The ancient text.
You are always welcome, Clive.
Not back a blink and you're already off solving everyone's problems. It looks good, Clive. Goes well with the scowl.
I'd had that brand for so long. I'd forgotten what life was like without it. What it was like to be myself. And it's all thanks to you, Talia.
The scalpel did most of the work. Ah, before I forget, a rider was here with a letter from Gav. Otto left it on your desk.
Otto stole us. All right, I'll have a look.
And then you get some rest.
Oh my god. I just realized how long that ponytail was. Holy fuck.
Could Gav have thought worthy of a letter?
Once the hall's swept, it's over to the tavern crowd.
Reports, letters, and other important missives addressed to Clive are delivered to the reading table in his chambers. New messages are always arriving, so make it a point to check the reading desk upon returning to the hideaway. The Republican army marches on the Empire at Twinside, and the men of the Rock have been summoned to the front. Something big is brewing, I reckon. I'll see you're done to wear upon my return.
What does Gav have to say?
The Republican army is on the march, leaving Randalar in Hugo Kupka's charge. With him and his men occupied with the defense of the capital, they're less likely to trouble us.
Good news, then.
It's more than that. This is our chance, the one we've been waiting for.
But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years. 5 long years. If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more. But each time I reach for it, it's like something is holding me back.
Summoning an icon exacts a price not easily paid. Your body knows this only too well. It's merely trying to save you from yourself.
And every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
This mission of ours has made me question everything I thought I knew. But one thing has become abundantly clear. The crystals take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss. And now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash. But you're trying to change that. We're trying to change that. And to me, that's no burden.
I know, but...
Try not to forget. We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
He did. He was there. It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima. If Joshua is still alive, he'll be looking for that thing.
Do you think he will ever come back?
I know he will. And we must be ready when he does. To a world without mother crystals.
There's the Final Fantasy theme again.
To Sid.
Oh, hi.
And so the North is lost.
I knew that the blight spread ever more swiftly, Your Grace. But this is far, far worse than any could have imagined.
It is only a matter of time before the twins are no more. The world marches ever closer to its end, and here we chase shadows. Tell me, brother, are our efforts in vain?
Master Clive, a moment, if you... my apologies, I didn't mean to intrude.
The thing that I'm really curious about is like what led Joshua to like start doing all this.
Speak freely, Otto.
It's Martha, from the inn. She's gone missing. Anyway, I'll be in the mess when you've finished.
Very well. What would make Martha leave the rest?
What, how he even survived Ultima? Or like, you mean survived like the Night of the Flames? I mean, it's just like the whole Phoenix idea, right? That he might have gotten resurrected, but again, I don't know what led him to this point now where he's basically like hunting Ultima and like trying to deal with that, because like the Night of the Flames happened and he was literally like what, 8 or 10 years old. There's still a lot that we really just don't know.
How good it is to see you, Clive. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. You wish to study the tomes?
I forget what the exact descriptor is for the twins. I think the twins is just like part of the realm. Oh, wait, I just saw it. Well, Battle of the Twin Realms. Yeah. I forget the other continent names. One of them is called Storm. Ballistia is the world. And I don't remember the other one.
The door to the shelves shall ever
Ash, yes, that's it. Change the bard's name from Spoony Bard.
What do we know, Otto?
Some lads from the Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over at Martha's Rest. Blood was spilled, bones were broken. The usual. But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive. Something's not right.
You think this was planned?
Course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip around the Duchy's balls. They've strung up everyone who's ever set eyes on a runaway, claiming they're traitors to the Holy Throne, conspiring to restore the House of Rosfield to power. And now it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of curse breakers are already on their way to the inn. They should speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, you might end up having to save their asses and all.
Don't worry, Otto. I'll make sure everyone gets home safe.
There's a side quest. Really? That's the name of the side quest? Cock and ball torture. Or CBT.
Welcome back, Sid.
blighted bilge.
Is everything all right?
Aside from the holes in my hull, everything's roses.
The lake water doesn't agree with it, then?
That's one way of putting it. And unless you got some grand scheme to suck the black from the lake like we do in the atrium, that slurry'll keep eating away at the timber like young Tech does our lemon tarts. Suppose a coat of pitch might stave off the rot for a moon or so, assuming we had any pitch, which we don't. Not any bloody more. Doubt the old tub's got more than a dozen runs left in him.
What the hell is that?
Of course, Obolus. Your skiff is our only means of reaching the mainland. Without it, we'd be lost.
No, not pitch. The thing next to the gill
glad
symbol.
Someone round here sees it that way. To make pitch, you need pitch trees. But in case you haven't noticed, live trees are one of the 1,000 things sorely lacking in the Deadlands. Now, I'm not so unkind as to ask you to fell a faraway forest and lug the logs back here to the mere, which is why we'll be needing a suitable alternative. And it just so happens I once heard the thorny pitchers of Curltail Falls cover themselves in a sticky wax to trap birds and beetles and whatnot. Might be enough to tide me over.
Sounds easier than felling a faraway forest. That's for certain.
All of them are open again. Oh, it is very foggy. I can't see a goddamn thing.
Easier than felling a forest, I said. Trees don't have teeth.
Oops. Oh god, that's gonna fuck me up. I'm not used to that now.
Can't imagine Obolus needing any more than this. Time to head home.
I was about to ask if it's going to put me above or below the elevator, and I have gotten my answer.
Finish with that back, Sid.
Well, Could you find me some wax?
Find is one way of putting it.
Ugh. Reeks like a chocobo's arse. I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the waves.
Argo? So your boat has a name? I didn't know.
Yeah. Same as me old man. He was a ferryman himself back before the Blight came. The boat's all I have left of him. And thanks to you, he'll sail another day.
What is that? What is it? Like this. This is what I'm talking about. This is new. Maybe? Don't know. I don't know where I'd be able to see it. Not on this page. Torkel. Yeah, I don't know. Probably a main thing that hasn't been introduced yet.
What happened here?
Come on.
Oh.
We need to find the others.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
Let's get you to a physical, shall we?
Sid? What said you'd be coming?
I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials ascended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all our efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
I don't like where this is going.
Cole is right. That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling. Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
Got a bad feeling. Don't quite know what it is yet, but it ain't good.
Nice try. Look. Up ahead.
Oh, there she is.
Martha, are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something.
Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Black Shields?
The bastards caught wind. The abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds, poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive. Martha, do you think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other curse breakers.
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
Black Shields. Is this some sort of twisted joke? There has only ever been one Order of Shields in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
Seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
Farewell. You're finished.
Stop, stop, stop. He's already dead.
It's over.
Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
No.
Damn it.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers. They drove the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offense.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long. Fire and flame!
Oh, I forgot I had that.
You're finished.
Does that ending hit?
Is that all of them?
I think so. I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive.
Yeah, it seems like it's only from quests.
Found her.
Jesus.
The abbot.
The bearers died protecting him, calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive. He's breathing.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields will return. The cullings will continue. Rosaria will never be saved unless we save her. Tell Mother to beg Sid's aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Sid, where are you? Sid!
In here! We found a survivor!
Clive. He's gone.
We've laid the abbot to rest, but the bearers, they didn't need to die like this.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Radix Jump. The currents there are swift. If the abbot was still with us, he'd have taken the dust there himself and performed the casting. I'll get someone to...
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
Watch as the game continues to get even more fucked up the further we go. Oh no, it was pretty fucked up before. It just keeps getting worse. That's an Aramon. Hi. Huh? What? Notorious marks. Every now and then, Clive may encounter creatures larger, faster, and more ferocious than most. While flight is always an option, defeating notorious marks can earn him not only renown, but also rare materials that can be used to craft new gear and upgrades. Hunts now? Oh my god, that dude's level 25.
What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Oh, that's Doom.
Too slow.
What the fuck? That Doom effect is so sick! Holy shit.
You didn't see that coming.
Well, that was a fucking thing. Yeah, that Doom effect was sick as shit.
That must be the bridge.
My question is, like, why is that a thing now? Like, this part of the game is very much not explaining a few things. Things are just kind of happening now.
So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
And now they are truly free.
I hope so. What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they deserve. We should go back. Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
Interesting. Now I'm really curious what other things we're gonna see for like the notorious enemies.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
You know one of them's gonna be a behemoth.
No one survived then?
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands. Cole said you cast their remains. That was good of you. But it should have been me. This was all my fault.
How? You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumors started moons ago. Of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable. Which begs the question, why do it at all? My mother obviously has a hand in this. I cannot make sense of her actions.
And picking what goes on in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think they can come in here again and threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget, a Stolas from Otto landed just before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be already,
Big men or big swords?
Can stay
Both.
longer if you wish.
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
Why is it a plus? It's different.
Try not to move.
Hello, sir.
Oi! You there! Don't just pass me by.
Rowan.
You handy with that sword of yours? Of course you are.
Can we meet someone named Rowan? Crazy.
Bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not? Because a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Chocobos?
You heard me right. Wild birds? Hmm? The big ones? And not just any chocobos at that. Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds you ever did see. They protect travellers round these parts from bandits and the like.
Chocobos? Fighting bandits?
It's true. Why, they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday. Nasty lot they were too. And now, they're back, looking to settle the score. Oh, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
All right.
There's a good lad.
Where can I find these chocobos?
I saw him cut across the way over yonder. The rotten scoundrels were driving the poor things towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You save Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world. She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you.
I'm realizing now, what if it's Ambrosia?
Bastards are hiding from me.
name for a chocobo. A white feather. I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of brave birds.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they went that way. These chocobos aren't going down without a fight.
It's totally Ambrosia. Give me a look on the left side of the face.
Cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Oh. And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Piss off. Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh. Oh, is that a scar on the left eye I see?
White heart, I presume. Do you know her, boy? scar. It couldn't be. Ambrosia.
It's been 18 years.
It is you. You survived. And you found yourself a flock.
Oi!
That's cute.
Is it over? I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, you sorted the bastards then. I knew you would. And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
It's interesting to me that this is a side quest, but I'll take it.
And not only that.
Well, I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are.
Yeah, the symbol was different, so it
Like her would have
means that it unlocks something now, I guess. It's just weird that it's still a side quest.
Well,
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Don't matter who you are. You done right by me.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back, I reckon. Told you. And it seems her pals agree.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight. Oh, stay right where you are.
Saddle? Yeah. Oh, the little eye patch. That's cute.
Doesn't she cut an handsome figure, eh?
She does indeed. How much do I owe you?
Few scraps of leather's the very least I owe old Whiteheart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry, we'll get along just fine without her. You hear that, Whiteheart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my cart on the road, didn't you? No.
Yes, I thought I recognized this guy. This was the guy that was kind of a dick to us before.
Must have been my double.
Oh, must have been, eh?
I knew I recognized his name.
That'll be the excitement getting to me. Silly sod that I am. Pay me no mind. Anyhow, best be on my way. Good luck to the both of you.
You take care of your flock for now. I'll call you when I need you.
Yippee! Chocobo. Chocobo. I After 18 long years, Clive has finally been reunited with his faithful steed. Press R3 while in the field to summon Ambrosia. Press X to mount. Neat.
Let's go.
Chocobo music. Oh, there's no Chocobo music. Lame. What's even the point?
Thanks, girl.
I wonder if we can like go find more super secret enemies. I'm gonna check this one area really quick, and then if there's nothing there, then we'll ignore it. Maybe check it out more later if there's like another side quest or something that gives us the opportunity to track them down.
Let's go. That's better. Run like the wind.
Oh, she's got a Chocobo too! There are crabs, but not a special enemy. Okay. Let's go back to the plot. You give Torgal a Chocobo.
No. Where's Gav?
But it's a Chocobo with like a little sidecar that he sits in.
I hear there's trouble.
Is it business or pleasure? You'll not find a better price than that. You got out else? Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Ah, Clive! Oh, I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
So,
What
you
the
remember how quick
fuck?
the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's Head?
Holy!
And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first.
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
Well, the two nations beat their shields. The rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the mother crystals. Four mother crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's Breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
Lord Byron Rossfield of the Seven High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait. Rossfield. And you're a Rossfield, of course.
Bruh.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune. Along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
Gav just like me for real. The following hideaway facilities are now available: the Alliant Reports, the Patron's Whisper, and the board, the hunt board. What is this, 14? We gonna get Kupo nuts for it?
What are we waiting for? Indeed.
I mean, they really took a lot of ideas from 14. Someone should tell the producer of 14 that 16 stole a lot of their ideas. That seems like a really big issue.
Won't be long now, Martel. Sid, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just, well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
It'll be nice being the bearer of good news for a change.
Oh, thank you. She always had a soft spot for that lot, see? And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some. Here you go. Martel apples, they're called, in honor of her memory. You hear that, Martel? Today's finally the day.
I like that they're named after Martel and not the kind of dick dude from before.
come through the forge today?
What do you need? What do you want?
What you want?
That it? Fine.
Must find the Moogle.
That broom's as ragged as...
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here. Courtesy of Martel.
Martel. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait.
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
Others weren't so lucky, though. A gift from the backyard. For your service.
Apple.
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab 'em right from the branch, make Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martels, are they? I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste. Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over for me, will you?
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
Hi, friend.
What's the matter, Nectar? The hunt board? It's where the curse breakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those
Even
that
like the
might pose
art
a
kind of
threat
looks
to
like
our
this stuff from
operations if they were
14.
left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
Kill them all, Kupo.
Right. Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Valisthea are going through a lot already. What with the Blight and the war. The last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the curse breakers are too busy to help, then perhaps I can. Or at least I can try.
Reports of fiends terrorizing the countryside are posted to the hunt board in hopes that fearless heroes such as Clive will take it upon themselves to hunt down and slay notorious marks. The Angel of Death? That bodes well. And Belfagor. Yeah, Belfagor. Reader coming by the way of Caer Norvent, met with a troop of Cursebreakers traveling the opposite direction, warned them of a wicked winged harpy on the road ahead. His eyes wild and flickering. But the Cursebreakers saw nothing untoward on their own journey through their path. The sound of cackling laughter from the trees ensured that they kept up a brisk pace. That was in Clairview. The Broken Hilt. No, I can't fast travel. No! No! Alright, it's fine. You.
Oh, Clive! Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper?
That's what I just said.
Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh no, that's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any? Your benefactors are a generous lot.
These side quests will earn Clive renown, inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree at the Patron's Whisper in the Hideout's mess to view current renown level and accept any donations available. Holy ability points. Jesus. Berserker Ring. Expand renown to unlock. Merry band of outlaws and its dashing deeds of daring do are all the talk amongst the ladies of the court. We have gathered together several items of worth that you so that you may continue your gallantry. Heartstruck Dowager.
You earned this.
That's so many ability points.
All yours. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Doesn't sound like anyone
Neat.
is safe. How are you doing? Quick look. Think you can
Okay,
help?
no side quests right now. Basically stuck in a plot right now.
Them old apples were enough to curl your dust.
That broom's as ragged as...
I am very much looking forward to doing the hunt stuff because I really like fighting like special enemies like that. That first Aramon was really cool. And if that's a C rank enemy, then like holy fuck. I'm really racking my brain on like what it would be for the other enemies. I mean, it was cool. It was a sick fucking fight. For just a random special enemy.
The Cursebreakers sent their thanks. And their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martel.
They remember.
I'm gonna assume the Angel of Death one is just
After
like
all
a
these years.
one of Sharada
I
or
suppose she was
Suparna.
very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me.
Oh God!
You were one of the good ones, Martel. Why did you have to die? She put everything into her work. She wasn't gonna rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martel lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
It's not
All right, well, here we go. Oh wee!
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
The toe beans.
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We will face it together then.
To the end.
Come on.
How far do you think your mother's reach extends?
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
You know, another thing that hasn't been explained yet is the weird door that we found, and also the like other training room rock thing. Hey, Ma, there's a weird fucking door over here.
mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! Thought they were loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. It would be a pity to make examples of you all for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
You know,
You fancy dancing a gallows jig like the miller's son?
something we haven't seen in a bit
All right.
too.
I heard you the first time.
We've seen a dragoon. We've seen a ninja. We haven't seen anything else in terms of like old Final Fantasy like class references and things. So I'm curious if one of the Black Shields might end up being like a Dark Knight or something. At least in the way they talk.
Welcome, stranger. Keep to the roads now.
Excuse me.
Yeah, dragoon and ninja.
What was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There have been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits. You'd have to be dull as a sack of stone.
You seen him, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think they was the Black Shields. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
What do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring firebrands. Huh. If
Aw.
only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out. Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another Eastpool.
Then we shall be on our way.
Fair enough, I guess.
These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosaria would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
Okay, that's a little far. Holy.
This pass will take us through the mountains.
And directly into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
Oh. Why? Why?
Ever since the apothecary, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking them? The mother crystals collapsed?
I have an idea. You're not going to like it.
It's weird seeing them out here. Hmm. Concern rising by the second. Holy fuck that damage. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay, I guess we're doing this.
More of my mother's men.
Saw blood. That ability does so much fucking damage. Good lordy. Oh no, there are small enemies near me. Die.
Blood, Clive.
A lot of it.
And still wet.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Shields.
You know who we are. And still, you would bear your steel. Why then, we owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again.
I'll show you a true shield of Rosaria.
Give me thunder!
Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to, like, change the feat for it, where, like, it makes you turn faster or something. It feels really weird. It's very slow.
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Ordeal. Guardians of the Flame.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
Let me double check if what the upgraded version of that ability is. Increases the number of lock-ons, and I don't think there's like an aiming sensitivity. Yeah, there isn't really one. I would have to change the actual camera sensitivity, which I wouldn't hate. Turn it up like a smidgen. That might be a little too fast. Oh god, Jesus Christ. That might make it feel a little bit better.
Find something, boy. Death.
I get the feeling we're about to see just a fucking pile of corpses, or like a mass grave.
Oh, found her.
Or that.
this was my mother's doing.
But why? Why would anyone?
I don't know. I never truly understood her. But this...
Oh, Clive.
So we're gonna go kill her, right?
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it. We should go.
Yes.
We can't leave them here like this.
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
God damn. We've definitely seen some fucked up shit so far, but this is definitely probably the worst.
We're approaching Buick Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
I did, Mummy. I could hear him shouting from down the road.
We already said earlier that he can't control Ifrit still. He can't do it just whenever. In honor of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the Great Duchy of Rosaria.
They're all Rosarian.
But this is their home.
Something tells me we're going to be taking a detour from our plan here.
Stay down!
Oh, that's a little bit better, yeah.
You're finished. Bravo! Farewell.
The Lazarus. What happened to this place?
My mother happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better.
Can't even go
We
in
should
at
start
all.
with the main gate and see where that gets us.
Really makes me curious, like
That's the main gate.
what made her insanity worse, I
We're not the
guess.
only ones hoping to get in.
'Cause his mom was definitely a bitch before, but like very much gotten worse.
Have mercy.
Voice friends dogs they are. You can't ignore us forever.
Let us in or we'll die on your doorstep.
Better out there than in here.
More than enough room to
Fuck
sit.
off.
Find the chinless bastards. Those crystals belong to us all.
I said, where were you, filth? Back to your style. Cut you down where you stand. Destroy it.
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in. I thought we might be able to reason with the guards. Or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built, so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. The Lazarus. We'll find our way into the city there.
If you're sure. The entire place looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
The good news is we haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
I'm still trying to get my brain to learn the fact that I have 3 icons now. I'm like trying to swap between them properly. See, I'm mostly using remove for damage. Like, the feat itself is kind of whatever. I probably won't use it all that much unless I accidentally hit it while I'm in dance, but it's definitely not my favorite.
This is nothing like I remember it.
How quickly a crown can lose its luster.
It almost feels more like, I wish instead of like having to aim it, it would be like its own kind of like third ability, air quotes. Where it like auto applies the orbs to things around you, but it's on a cooldown.
not abandoned then.
Oi! Visitors!
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out.
Oh boy.
Or not.
Well. Was it worth it? Probably not, but you know.
I've only ever seen one man fight like that. And he's long
Wade?
dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
The blessing of the Phoenix. It can't be. I was there when you died.
That's not what I expected at all.
Forgive me, my lord. I knew not whom I addressed. You have naught to fear from us. Founder, it really is you.
It is. So wait.
I'm honestly impressed he's not dead. He looks good after 18 years.
We can speak inside.
I thought he died in the explosion of Ifrit being summoned the first time.
And those who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us, though we didn't go far. And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire. But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Aye, the foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her. Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
No offense, my lord, but in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool. And, since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
Sir Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge. Then so do we. Make ready.
Yeah, we knew about that already, I think.
This is their main host. If we remove the head, perhaps... Perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else. If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name. It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
I was hoping you'd say that. Very well. If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
And we at yours.
So, Wade, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of happy that Wade lived. Even if he ends up dying later, I'm glad that he made it through the Night of Flame.
This endeavor will require more than just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
Allow me to tend to your needs, my lord. Of course, my lord. Will that be all? May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Tell us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buett Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company. I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But until we arrived, that was your plan. You haven't changed a bit.
So Wade, the bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very good. Now make ready for battle.
As you command.
Thank you, Sir Wade. Perhaps now they will find peace.
There is but one thing which will grant them peace. Putting an end to the Black Shields.
And so we shall.
It begins. At the main scenario, Clive will often be joined by various companions who are keen to lend their assistance. However, depending on Clive's destination, they may choose to remain behind at the hideaway. Interesting. Very interesting indeed.
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
Since they burned their first village. We tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
I crave more ability points.
Look at me sideways.
Come along now.
The bastards are lucky I did
There they are. On your command, my lord.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. They're all grouped up. No, don't give them the opportunity. No.
What is it now? I told you. We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame. Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog,
That
could guard
comment was
aught
unnecessary.
against the might of the Black Shields. Then come, die along
I don't think you
with
needed to
your
explicitly
flesh.
separate woman from that, but sure.
For Azaria!
For Azaria!
Your petty revolution ends here. On these our swords we swear.
Die.
Bloody hell! Reinforcements from the far bank!
That's a dragon.
Leave them to fight their battles for them.
More dragons.
Worms. The Imperials aren't taking any chances. I can't say I'm flattered.
Take this.
Oh boy.
A noble stand, albeit a misguided one. In taking it, you have but proven our point.
That armor is
That
fucking
this
sick,
land
though.
is in dire need of cleansing.
Oh, that armor is so cool.
Thank you.
So wait.
There's no one left to keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
You mean finish him?
Die. Oh, how did that miss? Dink! Doing a lot of damage.
I don't see any more.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
It did. It bloody worked. We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud. My, Lord, perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again. I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone for good. Her fields rot. Her people starve.
There's someone's talking a lot of shit for someone in aerial blast range. Jesus Christ.
Up in its place. Yet be that as it may, it is still our home, and we must fight for it, as we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die. And her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements? A sound strategy, my lord.
I also just realized there's an ability thing that I want to reset. I need to do it after this cutscene.
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Since the beginning. Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter. It's the mark of the Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie.
Burnt blade.
I shall wear it with pride.
Be sure that you do. I don't want my men attacking you again. Unless you deserve it. If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see you. Or the Lord Commander.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever anything you need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
Oh, that's pretty.
How accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance. Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him. And means to string us up himself.
My controller is like vibrating exactly where the audio is coming from. It's really weird.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rosfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue! You would mock me as well?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to her serene holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
Pretty sure it's only something. Yeah, it's only something that Clive would know.
Curse thee, infectious flax wench. Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the
Oh, he's
gates of hell,
crying.
that thou might see thy charge once.
Dude, come on.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Maddu in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you.
I am receiving emotional damage. Pain.
You always were fond of that scene from The Saint in the Sanctuary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But, Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach. Go on, sit. See that you use the good plates, Rutherford. So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster.
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive. The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother. All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have. I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
Your own, of
The music.
course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing.
No, it's the Final Fantasy theme.
The one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Sid. You were always such a good boy, but now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass. This will be fun. Over there.
She's a fine ship, isn't she?
Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustinus in the space of 3 days.
Something on your mind?
Monsters. When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that the lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it.
Death flag. Death flag. Death
Just get some
flag.
sleep. The journey back to Benham is long, and there is much to tell the others.
Look, I don't want it to happen either. I don't want it to happen as much as everybody else. But here we are.
Only the Founder knows what awaits us in the Iron Kingdom. But Vivian could probably make an educated guess.
Hmm.
I didn't take you for a scholar, Ivan.
Oh, this? Well, it's Valisthea, a culinary.
See, the thing is like, it's still weird to me that they're
from old tomes.
that she's
Seems
supposed to be
there's
the
no
love
creature in
interest
the
because
realm
again,
so
the log
foul
says
it
that
can't be cooked
they
up into
basically
something
grew up like
delicious.
brother and sister, and that's just weird to me.
Think I'll stick to the unfoul
Like, I
ones,
can't let it
thanks.
go.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Sid? Honestly, one glance at these recipes, and even you would trade in your sword for a butcher's cleaver. From spit roasts to sweetmeats, this book has them all. What I wouldn't give to bring these recipes to life.
Yeah, but that doesn't really make it any
Then
better.
by all means.
Well, I'm no hunter, Sid. The first tunnel worm I came across would be the death of me. But you're made of sterner stuff. Would you help me resurrect one of these recipes?
Something tells me you won't be taking no for an answer. Fine, I'll help.
Fantastic! Thank you.
So, dare I ask what's on the menu?
Chance's stew.
I mean,
It was
Clive
once
is
a
literally
favourite
Pretty
among the
Boy,
gourmands
the
of
main
Oriflamme, if
character.
the author is to be believed. Though Molly's never heard of it.
He's a
The
very
only
handsome boy.
problem is that while the recipe is extremely detailed in most respects, it's infuriatingly cryptic as to the main ingredient. A beast, no doubt. Most likely something
Yes,
that would make
smile.
easy work of a simple cook with more broth than brawn, but unwanted violets. I've no idea what they might be.
Does the book say anything else?
Well, only that the sweetest violets sprout atop.
No, I have the remove weapon.
Roses. Rosaria, perhaps? One of the butchers in Martha's Rest might know something. I'll ask next time I'm there.
If you're talking about Butcher from Diablo, absolutely. I feel like people hyped up that fight a little bit. It was like not hard. I kind of just killed him like immediately when he showed up the first time.
How did we never
There are
hear?
new billets being posted every day.
Clive! Oh, am I glad to see you?
Is something wrong?
It's Blackthorn. He ain't himself. And if I'm honest, he ain't been for a while. That normally it only takes a couple of drinks to perk him back up, but not this time. Something's getting him down. And whatever it is, he ain't telling. It's like he's lost his spark, you know? He's barely got enough fire in his belly to get the ump about stuff. But I'm thinking he might if we both bent his ear, because he respects you, innit? So, what do you say?
Fine. If you think it will help.
I knew you'd understand.
But if he doesn't want to talk, we let him be. He'll open up when he's ready.
It's funny because,
Now, he'll only smell a rat if we both turn up at once.
God.
So, I'll go first, and you can meet us at the forge.
he showed up for me
Wait a
twice
minute,
off
then
stream.
Head over when you're ready.
Excess thing with 5 gift subs, appreciate it.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
I'm actually like almost convinced that him spawning was tied to the Lilith statues because he only showed up for me after I had finished getting all of them.
All yours. All done?
What's the Berserker Ring do? Temporarily increases attack proficiency with each precision dodge. Neat. Sure, why not?
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady.
First August, and now you. What are you pair up to? What's it got to do with me?
August was worried that something had been weighing on your mind. I thought you might want to talk about it.
Did you now? I told you not to stick your nose in my business. What'd you go and do?
Clive just wants to help, innit? What's so bad about that? Talk to him. You never know, you might feel better for getting it all out in the open. Please, mate. I'm worried about you.
Phil shut you up. It's nothing really. Stupid. Not the sort of thing you bother people about.
Why don't you tell us all the same?
Karen and I have an arrangement. I keep an eye on Goots, and she shows me what the competition's up to. Interesting arms and armor, things like that. Anyway, the other day, she shows me a cuirass she's come by. Masterpiece of level work. Light, supple, and tougher than it had any right to be. Made my stuff look like every clumsy shit. I should have brought the bastard thing there and then just to study it, but I was too proud. And now every time I reach for my hammer, I'm reminded that I'm not the craftsman I thought I was. There. You happy? You got what you came for. Now piss off.
All right. We're going. I always thought of old Blackthorn as a bit of a force of nature. Like a storm cloud full of ale. Didn't think anything could rattle him. Least of all a stupid piece of leather.
Blackthorn's always taken pride in his craft. Questioning it means questioning himself. Something tells me this is only going to get worse. If he has doubts, it will affect his work, which will only add to his problems. We need to nip this in the bud.
I couldn't agree more.
He said he should have bought that cuirass. Perhaps we should track it down for him. Assuming you're happy to help, that is.
Too bloody right I am.
Glad to hear it. First things first, then. We need to speak to Karen.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
Karen, do you have a moment? Blackthorn mentioned that you'd recently come by a leather cuirass. An exquisite example of the craft, from what he told us.
And he ain't been himself since he saw it. So we thought we'd buy it for him.
Sorry, sold it already. Didn't think Blackthorn cared for it the way he turned his nose up. But it was nicely put together, that's for certain. Even if the bloke who made it is a bit of an odd one. Happened across him on my travels. Makes all his stuff to order, but the fella who commissioned it refused to pay. He didn't like the colour of summit. So I took it off his hands for a fair price.
You don't know where we might find him, do you?
Like I said, he's a bit of an odd one. Doesn't even have a workshop. He don't trust hunters neither, which means he spends as much time out tracking beasties as he does working their hides.
I see.
He did tell me something, though. Apparently, his next commission's for a set of griffin hide greaves.
Here, there's a griffin on the hunt board.
Ah.
The curse breakers were placing bets on who'd bag it. Now, where the bleeding hell was it sighted? Somewhere in Sambrec, maybe? Care Northern, that was it.
Thank you, Karen. We'd be lost without you.
At least you admit it.
Probably, yeah.
So, it sounds like going after that griffin might be the best chance we have of finding our roaming leatherworker.
I'll leave the hunting to you if you don't mind. While you get on with that, I'll ask around the markets. See if I can't sniff out who he is and where he's hiding.
Good idea. Hopefully one of us...
The Witcher 3 now. Hold on, I have to spend many, many, many hours and things prepping to fight one specific monster.
I could have sworn we had a few more.
Dawsmare? No, it is not the Angel of Death. Karen Norvin Westgate. I need to write down the rest of these names too, or something. Player View and the Broken Hilt. I've already forgotten where it is. Should be this. Yeah. Norman Westgate. Rivergate. It's like up here.
Ready, go? Run like the wind.
Yeah, because we can't go back that way. Nope. That is okay. That might be the Angel of Death.
If that's what I think it is, this isn't gonna be easy. Nice try.
That's a lot of fucking money. That is a fuckload of money.
Yes, Will. I know I will.
Not quite what I was looking for.
Good girl. Time to fight.
This is just a side thing. Only other thought is it would be down here somewhere, because it's like the only thing I could think of. That's really far away. Oh, there's the other guy. No? Okay, that's just another enemy. You can fight on the chocobo! No! Holy damage. Also just remembered that I wanted to change a thing. I'm gonna get rid of lunge. Literally never use it. Almost tempted to get rid of burning blade. Okay, let's try going the other way.
Good day to you.
Kinda hoping this is it. I'm not convinced that it is, but find out in a minute.
Run like the wind.
Another normal Dragon Avis.
griffins don't exactly make for easy prey. Let's hope our craftsman hasn't bitten off more than he can chew.
Was I correct? I think I was correct. Yep. Another 14 model. Perfect.
The work will have to wait. Vogel, look sharp.
Awaken wind!
Okay, I thought he would land. Die. Money. Dodge. That was a good fight.
Is something there, boy? Could that be our man? all right?
Dare say I'll survive. That griffin caught me before I could get an arrow off. Must have lost sight of me in the grass, though. I'd be dead if it hadn't.
More likely than not.
The name's Camille. I'm a lowly leather worker, if you couldn't tell by the smell of me.
Not so lowly from what I hear. Do you remember selling to a merchant by the name of Karen?
She's not an easy woman to forget. Bought a cuirass from me after I lost my buyer. Quite taken with my work, as far as I recall. Didn't stop her bartering me down to a pittance, though. She sent you for a refund?
It's not her who sent me.
Well, consider me flattered.
You should be. He's a master of his art, and not an easy man to impress.
Blacksmiths are proud folk. It's a rare thing indeed for one to praise a glorified tanner. And I don't imagine an impressive swordsman like yourself would be getting your steel from any but the best. I'd dearly love to help a fellow craftsman, but... Well, actually, I suppose you could give him this.
What is it?
Treated leather. Same stuff I used to make that cuirass. If your man's as skilled as he sounds, he'll know what he's looking at.
You sure?
Well, you did save my life. And thanks to you, I'll be going home with all the griffin hide I can carry. I'd say it's the least I can do. Short of showing him how to make the thing myself, that is. But there are rules against it. Secrets of the trade and whatnot.
In that case, I'll see that he gets it.
I'd be much obliged if you would. Right. I've got some greaves to make. You send your blacksmith my regards.
Will do. And thank you.
You know, it finally hit me what the music in this area reminds me of. It reminds me of Amarang.
Blackthorn's mood.
Should have been the thing. The other one was the cooking side quest. I don't remember the name of that other area. It's like Clairview and something else. Oh, it's this. Somewhere near here. It's one of the other hunt things. We can do that really quick before we go back to the blacksmith.
Keep them pilchards nice and...
Welcome. I do like a customer who knows what he wants.
Also, really like the effect for the Berserker ring. I think it's really cool.
Look at this place.
I don't remember what we're looking for. I think it's the dragon, but this area is also fucking gigantic.
Good girl.
Pretty much looking for something that sticks out like a sore thumb. Yeah, it was the Angel of Death, the Wyvern, and then the Griffin was the extra one that got added. The normal one. Don't see it. If it was flying in the air, it would definitely be very obvious, but I don't think it is. All the other hunts that were like the more normal enemies were pretty obvious. I mean, like, the Griffin one is more of a side quest, so, like, it had, like, a little cutscene, but... Go back down to where that other one was. I don't think it's the other side of the river. 'Cause, like, this area is Clairview, like, this whole thing. We already checked this area before, and we didn't see it over there.
Safe.
Almost brought 30k on that one. That's a pretty fucking nasty combo. Tornado plus the thunder thing. Can't remember the name of. Maybe the Angel of Death was the one in Clairview that I'm thinking of. I just can't remember the name of the other area. That might be it, actually. Go double check. You just turn this in first, see what we get out of it, because it's got a plus sign.
That monster's taken quite a liking to
And with a bit of luck, Clive might even find the geezer. How'd it go, Clive? Did you find him, or does the hunt continue?
I found him. And he asked me to give you this, along with his regards.
You're joking.
He said he wouldn't teach you how to work it, but that if you were as skilled as you sounded, you'd have no trouble understanding how it was done.
So that's his secret. Crafty bastard. He's layered and cross-grained it. Good few times, too. No wonder it's tough. And that's no ordinary oil he's used to get that finish. Oh, this is fine work. Even finer than I thought.
Yeah? I'll take your word for it. Just looks like leather to me. Still, I'm glad you're happy. Here, Clive. You didn't happen to catch the fella's name, did you?
Camille, I believe.
I thought as much. There ain't many leather workers in the realm daft enough to do their own hunting, see? And his name kept cropping up when I was asking around. Turns out he's from Tabor. And again, most leather workers are. But our friend Camille guards a long-held family secret, the details of which are the subject of some debate in the leather-working community.
Then we better keep this close to our chests.
Listen, sorry for putting the both of you to all that trouble. Should have kept my moaning to myself. Still, I'm glad you found him. This has cheered me right up.
That was the idea. Clive's idea, anyway. He did most of the work.
It's good to have you back, Blackthorn.
Just don't expect me to go turning out work like this. There's a reason he does his own hunting. He knows exactly what hides to look for. And that's how he gets them to layer up so nicely. And don't get me started on how much oiling this leather would need. But I reckon I can make something about as good. Something a Cursebreaker will have no trouble caring for. Anyway, enough narrowing. I've got work to be getting on with.
The question is, does this make the blacksmith better? Better upgrades.
Looks like we won't be needing a new blacksmith.
As if there was a better one out there. Nah, it wouldn't have been the same anyway. No one spins a yarn like old Blackthorn in his cups. Right, now that's sorted. I've got duties to attend to. Thanks, Clive. You've given me my mate back.
Drake Slayer's belt design. You obtain the design draft for Drake Slayer's belt. Design drafts unlock new crafting options for the Black Hammer. The Blackthorn in the hideaway for details. Okay.
Clive? Not saying Fordian, do you?
Electrum. That's a lot of fucking defense. Holy. God damn. Gelatinous mass. God damn that defense. Fucking hell. Yeah, we definitely need that.
Anything else?
We definitely need that. Cat.
I could have sworn we had a few more.
Hey boy. Okay, that was the other one. Okay, so we did get this. This was the one I was thinking of. So the other one is in the Broken Hilt. It's up here. It's probably this. Hey, Vivi. How goes gaming? Gaming is good. Very good indeed.
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia. This might take a while.
Yep, there you are.
A wild wife. Empresaria.
The shot of Jill flying through the air. Ooh, that fucking hurt. The thing that's the Berserker ring is like whenever I do a perfect dodge, it does like that slow-mo of like me sliding and then I light on fire. That's the Berserker ring.
Hope there aren't any more of them.
That's sick. I think what's really nice about the combat now, like the more and more I get used to it, I'm actually like using pretty much my entire kit outside of like, I guess, lunge and some of the aerial stuff and kind of Torgal, but my actual like main moveset I end up using like a lot and pretty consistently. Feels really fucking good, not gonna lie.
How do? There you go. Fare thee well.
Thank you for sticking
Pretty
with
be
us.
careful.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other.
Ah, welcome. Times may be hard, but if you got the gill, I got the goods. What can I do you for?
Unwanted violets, if you have them. Though I'd gladly settle for learning what they are if you don't.
Why, I haven't heard folk call them that since I was a lad. You're looking for scorpion tails. Unwanted violets is what folk used to call them back in the day. They turn a wicked purple when you boil them up. Hence the name. Used to chuck them in the pot when there weren't nothing else on offer. When there was a war on, that sort of thing. Thankfully, times aren't yet as hard as that. And even if they were, you wouldn't find anyone selling them these days.
Do the scorpions still live nearby?
I dare say they do. 3 Reeds would be your best bet, memory serves.
Thank you. You've been most helpful.
Oh, that is very far away.
Stay sharp.
I mean, there's like some MMOs that have more like an action combat style. Like I think Phantasy Star is kind of like that, but it does get very chaotic.
Ready, girl?
Faster!
Scorpions. At least I know what I'm up against.
This thing kind of fucked me up.
I better get this back to Yvonne before it goes bad.
I need to check the fuck is that store called? The one with Desiree. It's like the Whispers or whatever. I'll check that after this. Patron's Whispers, that's it.
Did you find our mystery ingredient?
I did indeed.
Marvelous! Let's see. What am I supposed to do with this? It's poisonous, surely.
You wouldn't be wrong. But that's your unwanted violet.
Into the pot it goes, I suppose. Wait here. I won't be long.
No, it's PS5 only right now. It'll eventually come to PC.
I present
Ew.
Chance's Stew, risen once again from the ashes of obscurity.
Disgusted.
Grab a spoon, Sid. Let's eat while it's hot.
I'm not hungry.
Well, it'll be too late once I've licked the bowl clean. Your loss.
The hard cut to him gagging. Yeah.
Odin's teeth. What assault on the senses. It's like choking on swamp water. And yet, up through the pungency, there rise complex, meaty notes. It takes a moment to recover from such an onslaught of flavors, but never have I tasted anything so fine. Thank you, Sid. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I must share this gift. I won't rest until a steaming bowl of Chance's Stew sits before everyone in the hideaway. A single mouthful, and Molly will be breeding scorpions of her own.
I'm sure she will.
Dippy. .30 defense? Holy shit. Alright, let's go check the store, and I think we can continue plot. I will double check the quest giver, though. And the hunt board, just in case. Maybe break. Maybe. Perhaps.
How did we never hear about these Guardians of the Flame?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. You earned this. Come again. I may have more for you.
Clive! Quick look.
Okay,
Always
literally
something
nothing
in there.
left. We're all done. Let me see. I could take a break. I need to figure out. I think I'm pretty much good on food. I'm trying to think of what I can eat right now. It's kind of late too, and I don't want to eat something too bad. It's gonna be heartburn later. Figure something out. But I'll take a quick break. Another probably like maybe another 10-15. I'll be back in a bit. Hello? Hello? I have in fact returned. Eat a nice hearty meal. I am ready to continue. I did, actually, yes. I remembered to get more water.
Back again, Lord Rosfield. I'm touched that you should find me such good company.
It is not your company, but your counsel that I seek on this occasion.
Ever the charmer. What will it be today, then?
The Iron Kingdom. I need to know what to expect.
You'll soon be setting sail for Drake's Breath, then, I take it. The mother crystal that rises from the boiling sea. There was a time when a true-blooded Rosarian had only to brave the waves to visit it. But then the Ironblood made their move. As you know, the Iron Kingdom rules over the islands to the west of Storm. Or rather, its church does. But this is not the pragmatic approach to state religion employed by the Holy Empire to manipulate the masses. No, the Iron Kingdom is the literal embodiment of the crystalline orthodoxy. And so, if one is to understand it, one must start there. As the name implies, the orthodoxy holds the mother crystals sacred, and they do not take kindly to heathens plundering the objects of their worship for the means to fill washtubs and light lamps with frivolous feats of magic. Indeed, the faithful consider ether a sinful thing, a poison no less. And to them, a dominant is an instrument of evil, albeit one they have proven only too happy to turn against their enemies. Some 80 years ago in Northern Storm, Drake's eye collapsed. Soon after, in pursuit of ether and with the blight at their backs, the Northern Territories descended upon the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. And when the Shields of the Flame marched north to meet them, the Iron Kingdom spied an opportunity. A few short days later, the Crusaders landed on the island of Mount Justanus, home of Drake's Breath, and plucked it from the Duchy's grasp. Rosaria tried to reclaim it, of course, but to no avail. I doubt more than a handful of Duchy men have set foot on its shores in your lifetime. Nor are they like to again, under the Empire's stewardship, meaning the Iron Blood will keep their island, and with it, the foothold they need to march on mainland soil when next they spy an opportunity.
So they've definitely had the
crystal is both the
crystal under their control for a long time.
Worship and their gateway to the continent, making Drustinus the holiest of holy grounds, from which the Orthodox Crusade shall one day sail forth to claim the remaining mother crystals, or die trying.
My father and my grandfather both traded blows with the Iron Blood for control of Drake's Breath. Had things unfolded differently at Phoenix Gate, we would have sent our entire fleet against them.
But instead, they sent their fleet against Rosaria, sacked the capital, killed the men, and captured the women, including Jill. I'd say you'd be forgiven for wanting a little revenge, Clive.
My only aim is to destroy the Mother Crystal. But thank you all the same. Not much
Yeah,
else
the
to
Northern
do.
Crystal has been gone for a long time.
Let's see if Jill's ready.
Which again is kind of weird since there's only 5 of them left, but they still have, you know, like we talked about, the 8 different dominants still.
It will be over soon,
Which is weird.
one way or another.
You ready?
I think so.
Jill, When you told me you had to come to terms with your past, you weren't talking about destroying Drake's breath, were you?
No. I spoke of Imran, the leader of the Crystalline Orthodox. The man who made me do all those unspeakable things. I'm going to kill him. It's what I need to do to put the past behind me. What I need to move forward. And I know that I can do it. If you're there beside me.
Always.
And I'll be beside you, too. We'll bring down the Mother Crystal together. All while Sid looks on.
We'll make him proud.
Getting forth from the fiery maw of sacred Mount Drustinus. The Mother Crystal is the pillar upon which the faith of a cloistered nation rests. We probably will. Assumedly, at any rate.
Trick. Freezing and thawing the spray to make mist. How did you learn to use your powers like this?
The Masters made me do it. When the Crusaders took to the seas, to keep the fleet's movements from prying eyes. I'm fine.
No, you're not.
This may be the only chance I get to go back. My only chance to put things right. I have to do this. Whatever the cost.
All right.
There it be.
There she is. The Iron Kingdom's Mother Crystal.
Drake's breath.
Rock.
Strong currents, sharp rocks, and ether floods. Let's not forget them. This island is a natural fortress.
But safety breeds complacency, allowing a single rowing boat to slip in unseen. The sanctuary is inside the mountain. If we follow the old trail, we should be able to enter by the back gate.
All right. Let's go.
A fitting name.
I always imagined when I came here it would be to reclaim it.
It used to belong to Rosaria, didn't it?
Once, though it's been in the Ironblood's clutches for far too long.
As was I. For 13 years, this rock was my home. I know its secrets only too well. This path was abandoned after an ether flood. They don't guard it anymore.
The perfect little shortcut. They're all Akashic.
The ether flood must have spread. It was never as bad as this before. And the only way past them is through them.
earthquake.
They happen all the time. That wasn't even a bad one. It's nothing to worry about.
Foreshadowing. Oh god, a Minotaur.
This won't be easy.
Ow. Oh god, I always fuck up the timing on that.
Too slow.
Broke 30k.
The old arboretum is just up ahead. We'll enter the caves from there.
That's probably my favorite combo in this whole thing. Just the tornado with the lightning buff is just so gross. It's so strong. Aerial blast damage. Perhaps. Oh, reducing the cooldown? Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. That looks like a nest.
Ugh, look at this place. What a mess.
Wait.
You know, I didn't want to say anything, but sure, why not?
Nothing a shelter for Zarya can't handle.
Yeah.
Just like old times.
Worse breath.
Be sure to keep clear of his paw.
Believe me, I mean to. That's foul.
Don't breathe it in.
Oh, that's new. starting to think that the combo we have might be a little bit broken. It might be a little bit OP.
Press on.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. It's pretty good. The heat waves. Here's a better question for you. How well is Jill's like ice magic gonna work in here? Because
it's like a furnace in here.
We're inside the volcano. You get used to the heat. Though I don't remember it being quite this hot.
Was that one cause for concern?
It was. And they're getting bigger. Something's wrong.
something bad starts to happen, we just happen to be around.
It's over.
Just disintegrating his fucking stagger bar. Oh my god. Jesus.
Waken wind.
Is there no other way across?
Oh, fuck, dude. This seems like a OSHA safety hazard if I've ever seen one. Ain't no way you're freezing that. Never mind them.
Quickly, before it melts!
This is going to be close. Come on!
That didn't last very long.
Let's not do that again.
No. Let's not.
tough.
That is so many enemies. Hello?
Perhaps not alone, but in numbers like these.
I can't see a goddamn thing.
It's over.
Well, we aren't going this way.
Let's look for another path. Drake's breath.
We're nearly at the oratory.
Oh, hello.
I have absolutely no idea.
Well, whatever it is, I don't think it's friendly.
The fuck? They're really freaky looking. Oh, hello. Alrighty then. I'm not sure if there's elemental weaknesses or not, like things are weak to specific typings. I've not noticed it if that is a thing. Round 2.
One of the demons. But they never leave the lava.
If I didn't know better, I think this volcano was about to erupt.
Why attack us then? They're peaceful creatures.
Then this one must be the exception.
Oh. I can't believe it didn't count as a counter. That's a lot of damage.
What's it doing?
Nothing good, I'll wager.
What the fuck? Okay.
I needed that. Nice try.
God damn. Holy. That first like burst where I did the takedown with everything set up, that shit was gross. You could see his fucking health bar just melting.
Are you hurt?
Just hot.
A sip.
Thank you.
Quite a commotion our friend made. Let's hope the guards didn't hear it.
The gate to the inner chambers is just up there. Then we make for the sanctuary. I need to finish this. Before the heat finishes me.
Here, here.
We'll enter the Comric by the Handmaiden's living quarters. It was always a hive of activity.
Sounds like we'll have a hard time staying out of sight.
We won't have to. There's someone there I should very much like to see.
Assuming they're not dead already. Literally, we're like literally about to scare the fucking shit out of somebody.
Lady Marley. It's me. Python Buther. Jill, it can't be. It is, my lady. We cannot talk here. Come with me.
Surprise! It's me! We came through an active volcano! Seems like a real safety hazard.
I'm so glad you're safe.
And you.
Why ever would you risk coming back? Are you a fool, girl? Or have you grown tired of your freedom already?
Forgive me, my lady. But I had to come back. There are things I left undone. Tell me, where is the Patriarch?
this hour he'll be in the Comric, giving thanks.
You mean... Oh, that fiend!
Ah.
Clive, we have to get to the sanctuary. Now. Lady Marley, you must flee this place, gather your things, and go.
Now listen here, Jill.
We have company.
This way.
This single piece of wood will stop them.
Follow this passage. It leads straight to the Comric. Go on, stop dawdling.
Thank you. You were always so kind to me. My light in the darkness. Take care, my lady, please. You deserve better than this. A long and happy life, promise me.
I'll live if you promise to do the same.
Death flag, death flag.
Come on, Clive. We're nearly at the Comric.
All right.
Heaven's Ward ass music.
Here's our welcoming party.
I've had enough of their hospitality.
Sickness must be purged. Filthy rats.
It's over.
If this is the vault and Jill is your escort, then this, yeah, yep, oh yeah. We get the pipe organ going and everything.
How many of them
Oh,
are there?
you're very large.
Yeah. Give me thunder! To me, blades!
If Jill dies and she says a smile better suits a hero, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit. Because that would literally be only there for the big fuck you to anyone that played 14 and went through Heaven's Ward.
I need you to know. I saw the Patriarch do things no one should have to see. And so I swore that he would die by my hand.
I understand. I faced my demons, then you must face yours.
My entire being will leave my body. My entire existence will cease to be. There's a lot of men. Me casually waiting for my cooldown.
We're nearly there. Just one last push.
Waken winds!
That dude off to the side next to him, fucking collateral damage. Pretty sure mastering these, yeah, that only puts them on another icon. We need like an upgraded thing. Like I can do anything. All right, here we go. All right, chat, are you ready for pain? Human sacrifice. Not quite what I thought, but that looked pretty bad. Yep. I would love for her to just turn into Shiva and just obliterate everyone in this room.
Shiva's dominant. Come to beg forgiveness for your failure.
Quite the opposite, in fact.
For years, I followed your orders, fought your wars, all to protect the children you took, just as you took me. And what did you do in return? You put them in chains and you slit their
throats!
Their souls were sullied with the stain of ether. I merely cleansed them of their corruption. A penance paid, just as the Holy Mother wills it! Repent, abomination! For a monster like you to set foot in the Holy Cymric is in itself a crime deserving of death.
You're right. I am a monster. And my soul is stained black. Though not by ether.
But by the evil of men like you, who made me close my heart and drown in darkness when I should have raged against it.
This is my penance.
I will be your monster no more. Nor will I suffer you to create another.
Does the beast bare its teeth at its master? Come then, dominant. Rage, be as you have ever been. A monster!
And what are you, Imran? I was forced to kill. You do it by choice. But never again. I bowed to you once. Now it is you who shall bow to me!
Kill them.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Now!
Right.
Joshua? Not Joshua? Oh no. Uh-oh, Stinky. Oh! Well, they're dead. Huh? What the fuck is that? He's doing it. Doing it. Nope.
Why? Why can't I do it? Please, just once.
Not quite, but halfway there.
She won't be able to hold that lava.
It's liquid flame! No way! Dude! No way! What the fuck? Uh-oh.
Damn it.
Oh, there's diamond dust.
Go.
All right. I won't take long.
What the fuck, huh? What? Huh? What is happening? You're not allowed to do that. You're only allowed to turn into a funny tornado in a hand. Oh god. That somehow didn't hit me.
That's better.
Oh boy. Huh? What the fucking shit is happening?
Too slow. Too slow. To me, flames! Nice try.
Holy fuck, what a reference. That was sick. That is not a reference I expected. I was kind of thinking it when I saw him. I was like, that kind of looks like Liquid Flame or Living Liquid. But god damn.
Jill!
I'm going to finish this, Clive. Here. Use this.
Ice blade. So where did shitfuck McGee go? Well, last time we did this, it went horribly wrong, so let's just do it again, see what happens.
Were you watching, Sid? We're one step closer to freedom.
The crystal. What did you do to it?
Oh. We destroyed it.
What? But... Monster! Monster! Do you have any idea what you have done?
Absolutely.
I do, Father. I have
Oh.
killed the monster and become an outlaw. May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
God damn.
It's over.
It is.
And Shiva exacted her price.
She did.
Again, the burden fell to you.
And I bore it willingly. This was a sin for which I had to atone. Now I can continue at your side with my head held high.
Oh. No? That's probably fine. Never mind.
Clive, look.
It's just like the one at Phoenix.
Ain't no way. It's the rest of the mural. There's the rest of the mural at the bottom. It's not destroyed.
Damn it. We need to leave.
Agreed.
Fuck, I saw like a glimpse of it. Oh, fuck off. I saw like a glimpse of it. It was like 3 figures at the bottom.
I kept my promise, and now you keep yours.
God damn. You know, it feels wrong, right? Destroying them. It feels weird.
This way, Your Grace.
It's the healer girl.
You're bleeding. I have a tonic which will...
I thank you for your kindness, truly. But I assure you, I will survive. Please, save your medicines for those who need them most.
Oh, well, if you're sure.
He does look like blonde Themis, though. Like, for real.
For a moment there, I felt my brother's presence.
You did?
I fear he is in Ultima's thoughts
Aw.
again. But why now, after 5 years of silence?
You gonna talk about that? The thing in the middle of your chest?
I cannot keep him sealed away much longer.
Your Grace.
No, do not dirty your hands. Look at them all. Like a river flowing to the sea.
Or moths to a flame, perhaps. The crystalline dominion, their light in the darkness. More and more lose their homes to the blight and set out in search of sanctuary, while others lose their fortunes to the Dhalmekian levies and leave to find new livelihoods. What is it that you seek in the Dominion, Your Grace?
Oh, Dion Lesage.
You mean the Crown Prince of Sanbrec?
He has many titles. Dion the Bold, Prince of Dragoons, Odin's Nemesis, or simply Bahamut. I met him once, when we were children. He was a chivalrous soul even then, and has served his empire indefatigably ever since.
And you are confident that he will listen to what you have to say?
Our world lurches ever closer to the abyss, and a hidden hand ushers us onward. Ultima's influence extends to every nation, Sanbrec included. If His Highness is the man I believe him to be, and I pray that he is, this truth will not have escaped his notice. As the mother crystals fall, the eternal flame wavers, and the azure sky begins to bruise. How lucky we were to be blessed by the crystals, and yet how spoiled. Like canaries in a gilded cage, growing fat on seed. But now, the bars are closing in, and we must take flight. Painful though it be to leave our home behind, it is what we must do to be free. Which is it that men cannot live without? A blessing that leads to damnation, or a freedom that leads to deprivation? I do not yet know the answer to that question. Do you, Clive?
Your Grace, let us find a place to rest a while. We can return by the Dhalmekian trail once you have recovered your strength. I realize your duty is pressing, but if your health should fail...
I know. Thank you, Yote.
We have a name for her now. I want to point out too, with like a bunch of the references to like the older Final Fantasies, especially with like music and stuff, it's another one of those like kind of antithesis things, sort of, with Ultima being like the big bad guy, because at least in the really early FFs, like Ultima was like the big super magic that ended up helping us in some way.
And gain the Isles of Ark has failed yet again.
Only because your fleet has proved as impotent as a eunuch on laying night. Would you rather we simply fell back to the capital?
Enough, both of you. All here agree that the Empire cannot be allowed to maintain its illegitimate claim on the Dominion. However, our casualties mount with each passing day.
Rabble, rabble, rabble. Rabble, rabble. Hi, Titan.
There is a literal sea twixt you and your prize. The armies of Sambrek need but sit back and watch as you harmlessly lap against their walls. They are dug in like ticks and seek to draw out this siege, knowing the capital's stores are nigh bottomless. And what of our wise rulers? Goaded into war without any thought as to what chaos it might reap. Republican soldiers starve while waiting for orders from Randalar.
If you would but take the field, their bellies would be full by nightfall.
If I take the field, so too will Bahamut, and our duel will shake the island to its foundations. Instead of liberating the Dominion, you would doom it to destruction. Unless that is what you desire.
If our learned advisor has a solution to propose, we should be glad to consider it.
Uh-oh.
Is that the Emperor's?
What is the meaning of this, Lord Kupka?
What it means is that I am disinclined to advise you any longer.
Oh, good. Fantastic. I love that for me. And by that, I mean, fuck!
The looks on their faces when you walked through those doors. A perfect picture of stupefaction. They could not believe their eyes. Though I confess, I had my own doubts whether or not you would accept my invitation. Such shocking news. Sid isn't a son of a whore. He's the son of an empress. Your own dear Clive.
Absurd. Who fed you these lies? I have never spent a moment among criminals, save at the gallows. I came here with my son, not to entertain your baseless accusations, but to put an end to the senseless hostilities between our nations.
Very well. You need only agree to the terms I set out. Sid took the life of someone dear to me, a woman by the name of Benedicta. I swore to take his in turn. This would not be disagreeable to you, I take it. You would finally be rid of the stain on your noble name. In return, I will leave Sanbrek in your capable hands. Your Imperial Majesty.
Huh?
And all for the love of a common whore. Dominant or no, one cannot hide one's breeding. And beasts will ever belong with beasts. There are greater things in store for you, my darling Olivier. Soon enough, you shall be the crown prince of Sambrec. And when your father goes to meet Great Griga, you shall be emperor of all you survey. The old order shall come tumbling down, and you will rebuild the world in your glorious image. Soon.
Oh. So she's batshit insane now. She's completely lost her marbles, if she had any left to begin with. So that's fun.
Something must be wrong.
That's fun. Love that for me. Oh, God. Oh, okay, I think it's just like extra stuff from the side quests. Holy moly.
Is it true what I'm hearing, Sid? One day?
I think we... Oh, God. Look. I think we check on Jill. I'm assuming that's what he's freaking out over. I'll at least check on Jill to, like, not leave us in suspense.
Our man in Dalamore mentioned that Kupka's guard haven't been seen.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I see.
I've done what I can, but the rest is up to you. You need to start taking better care of yourself.
Live, get out of the room.
And thank you.
The curse has spread. Make sure she rests.
If it hurts, you can tell me, you know. I'll understand.
I can bear it.
But you shouldn't have to. Not anymore.
This isn't just your struggle, Clive. It's ours. And when we see how hard you fight, it inspires us to do the same. Or would you rather we left you to save the world all on your own?
I don't think Clive has it at all yet because he hasn't gone icon form that much.
Ignore me.
Hands. Now Kith. Oh. Ooh.
Clive!
Aww.
In here.
What's wrong?
Rosaria's under attack.
Good. Burn it.
This isn't the Dalmekian army we're talking about. It's the Men of the Rock from Drake's Fang. Hugo Kupka's private guard. There is in hell in Rosalith, trying to batter down the castle gates.
Looking for me.
Seems that way. Reckon old Hugo has finally worked out who Sid really is.
Then this is just another trap.
Ah, it's a trap, all right. The daddy of all fucking traps.
I'm going to Rosalith.
You're not serious. That's exactly what he wants you to do, Clive.
Look, I don't know why Kupka harbors such a grudge against Sid. But as long as it's left to fester, our world will never know peace. He has dragged the rest of Storm into this pointless war just to find me. Besides which, I am not about to stand and watch while my home gets ground into the dirt. Hugo Kupka must die.
I've lost enough friends to that man already. I don't want to lose any more. So let's go and kill the bastard.
I'm coming too. After all, we're in this together.
All right.
Woohoo! Murder!
I should probably speak to Otto before leaving. We need to know what we're getting ourselves into.
All right, well, that's a good starting point for tomorrow. We have a bunch of side quests to do too, and a couple more hunts, so we'll probably start with that, and then, oh god, I'll probably do story. Fucking hell. We've been playing the game for 23 hours. Oh, help. 6 a.m. there. Oh my god. Hold on, let me check the blacksmith really quick.
Clive? What do you want?
That is a very good sword.
No scratches, all right? Should last you a good while. Yeah, that should do you.
Oh my
Best
god, the
work.
damage.
And?
God, the sword designs in this game are so good. Yeah, it's like 11 p.m. for me, almost. Almost a 10-hour stream, too. I am exhausted. I'm so tired. But that'll be it for today. Yeah, we do it again tomorrow. What time starting tomorrow? I normally start around like 1 p.m., 2 p.m. my time, Eastern Standard Time. So the plan would be tomorrow start stream, do a bunch of the side stuff, check all of our gear and things before we continue the story, and then go from there. Game is really fucking good. I look forward to the Titan fight, because I imagine that shit's gonna be fucking nuts, considering how massive he is. Yeah, I was worried that she would die there too. For now, we are safe. But, we'll see what happens. But, I'm gonna go ahead and just end stream. I imagine most people, like I've said in the past streams, are, most people I follow and stuff are probably also streaming 16. But, I'm just gonna go ahead and end stream. Thank y'all for hanging out. Hope you all had a good time. We'll be doing this tomorrow. Goodbye!